order of business is to recognize the Honorable Debbie Cloninger from District 7, who will lead us in invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the help you provide each day. You are indeed our strength and provider. We call upon you in times of need. Indeed, you are a very present help in trouble. May we be grateful that the circumstances in life provide an opportunity to know you more fully. Each situation presents an opportunity to find the power, provision, and protection that is only found in God. Help us to keep our focus on your greatness and on your goodness so that we may become more Christ-like every day. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time in our agenda, we have the oath of office, in which we ask folks who have been appointed to a board or commission, if you will please come forward and stand right in front of the podium. Our county attorney will meet you there. So when I call your name, if you'll come forward, he will swear you in. We have David Ward and Sandy Smith for the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, Don Ferguson and Alonzo Adams for the Oakdale Fire Tax District Board, and Jeff Monroe from the Newport Fire Tax District Board. As you make your way to the front, I do want to say on behalf of all of our council how much we appreciate the work that you do. You do it on a volunteer basis, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, in case you didn't know, you rarely get thanked for anything that you do, and you certainly don't get paid. So we cannot do the business of the county without having good citizens like you who are willing to volunteer on that basis, and we thank you for that. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we do not have any appearances tonight. We will move straight into our public forum session. And for those of you who are new to our structure on the council, the public forum session it's something that's important to our council. We give an opportunity for 15 individuals, because we do need to get the meeting moving forward. We allow 15 individuals, it's first come, first serve, to sign up to speak for 2 minutes to address the council. What I would ask that you do is, when you address the council, is pay attention to the screen. The screen will go to a yellow and give you a warning sign, and then when you hit your 2-minute mark, you're going to hit the red. When you hit the red, that means I've got to interrupt you and say, please stop, and my southern manners don't like doing that, but I have to do it because I'm in this seat. So I ask that you please cut yourself off when you see that, so I don't have to do it. I do want to say this, it's important to have community come out and be involved in our system, and I'm very thankful for the crowd that we have here tonight. I know that I don't need to say this, but I'm going to do it anyway just to be sure, and it's written down when folks sign up to speak. I'm going to ask that folks be civil, no applause, no snickers, and this applies to our meeting throughout. We need to be respectful. The way that I look at it is, pretend your minor children are sitting in the room and they're watching how you're behaving, and if you don't have any minor children, think about your grandmother or your mama or your grandfather, the one that would look their eye at you if you weren't being respectful to folks. The goal is to be respectful at all times, to hear everyone, no personal attacks, because council cannot respond back to you. It's solely our opportunity to hear what you have to say, and I don't want to have to delay our meeting by allowing a council member to address someone who has pointed out someone individually. And again, this applies throughout our meeting. So if you can respect those rules, I think we'll be all good to go. As we approach our meeting, unfortunately, the way this works is that it is first come, first served. We do not have any rules about how you sign up. I'm going to ask that if you were here and you signed your name to come forward and speak. If you're not, we do have more than 15 folks, but I'm going to cut us off at 15. So I ask that you be respectful of that rule. Mary Williams. And if you will, when you come up, if you'll state your name and give your address before you start speaking.
Fortunately, there's a reminder right here. My name is Mary Williams. I live at 313 Squirrel Lane in Lake Wiley. Were you able to get the video set up, Karen? Okay, no problem. So we are talking about the widening of Highway 557. And Pennies for Progress has been working on this project for 20 years. It started in 2003 as a 3-lane highway, and it stayed as a low priority project through Pennies 2, Pennies 3, and it's finally made its way into Pennies 4 as a 5-lane project. My concern about this is that when was the last time that it was reassessed in the length of the time that it was since it was its first inception, and how many things have changed in our community that may be impacted by an older Pennies project. So my request is that I know that there are a couple of options. I've spoken with Patrick Hamilton. I've spoken with Gary Huskin, and they have given me a lot of information. My request to you is to understand how old this project is. When was it last looked at? Is there some common sense to look at it again, just reassess? I'm not asking you to like, oh no, put it back at the end of the line. Just let's be common sense about, is it the right thing to do? Of course, saving the pond, that's what I'm here to do. Wooden Farm, it now belongs to us. And we, the people that in the special tax district, even some of the people over there, we own that property. And we are due a good consideration to see if we can save the pond and their options. And we need to change the process for how Pennies for Projects move forward after they've been sitting for a long period of time. And I've never not had enough time to speak, but thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. John Gossett.
I'd ask everybody to look in your packet. You've got a tan envelope this size. In it, you'll find 2 documents. One of them is an email that went out talking about the Highway 557 project. That email sparked a firestorm in the very community that email was talking about. 24 hours later, they launched a petition. Please read every bit of the top of that petition. Every house signed that petition. This is the will of the people. This is not, but this is. And it goes through the rest of the community. My concern with that project being delayed any further is the upcoming Pennies 5 referendum. It cannot be delayed. It can't be meddled with. That's the will of the people already. When they voted for that thing multiple times, they want it done. So the best way to tank Pennies 5 is to meddle with it any further. As far as the petition, this is a copy. I got a lady behind me from Canburn, who has the original. If anybody wants to look at the original document, anybody that questions, well, how many people really want this thing moving along? There's been comments, well, it's just a small group of people. Well, I brought reinforcements tonight. I'm well represented, including Canberra.
Thank you, sir. Gary Rattan.
Hello, my name is Gary Rutan, HOA President for the Camburn subdivision, located on the stretch of the 557 that we are considering here today. I trust that you all took time to read my email to the board, so I won't waste time rehashing the events detailed in that email. Our association has followed this project closely over the last 4+ years, getting regular updates from Patrick Hamilton with Pennies for Progress. To say we are disappointed that the project remains in limbo would be an understatement. It has been 20 years since this widening was first approved by voters. It's time you represent the interest of those residents who actually live, work, and commute in the area around this stretch of road, rather than those who live a little farther away. We are tired of practically being run over every day by traffic as we turn into our subdivision, or passed in the left turn lane as we turn into our subdivision, creating the potential for a head-on collision. We are tired of sitting in traffic caused by the lack of needed lanes in both directions. This road should have been widened 10 years ago, before any of the new schools were opened or our neighborhood was built. Adding improved infrastructure that's 10 years plus past due doesn't cause unwanted growth. The growth cat is already out of the bag. Widening the road as soon as possible simply helps alleviate the potential for serious accidents and help improve quality of life by reducing wasted time in traffic. Ask anyone who takes their kids to school in the morning if they need another lane to turn right onto Oak Ridge, and they'll scream yes. Ask anyone driving to work the other direction if they need another lane to work around that school traffic. They'll scream yes. Actually, they've already screamed yes because they voted for this and it's been funded. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ellen Goff.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Goff, 981 Bonham Road in Lake Wylie. I've come to you often in past years, and it's usually for the same topic, and tonight is no different. I am concerned about not the widening of 557, but the manner in which it's being done. I'm concerned about the impact of the road, particularly in the immediate environmental area, the wetlands, and Crowder's Creek to the west. The approach to this project seems to be rushed and, I might say, heavy-handed. When given the area that construction is going to be taking place, it's reasonable to request an environmental impact study. And I strongly encourage that that be part of the process. The need to consider the voice and the preferences expressed by the residents of this community, the District 2 community, all of it, is very important and should not be lost in the fact that this has been a long, arduous process. It was planned for a long time ago, and the can was kicked down the road. We need to not use that as an excuse to not do it right. And I strongly urge that we examine the environmental impact before construction begins.
Thank you, ma'am. Kyle Eller.
Good evening. Kyle Eller, 324 Redberry Court in York, South Carolina. Majority of you voted, or majority of council voted to purchase the 10 acres of right-of-way that was incorporated into this design back in 2018. That 10 acres was purchased in 2019, and the York County Public Information Officer at the time had given us a full article describing that that road was going to be built in 3 years, 3 to 4 years. By my math, that road should be done already. It was voted on 20 years ago. It's constantly come up. We've had a redesign ready. It's time to move. So what I ask council to look at and council to approve with their proclamation today is not only just a signed proclamation, but the ability to move quickly and move along with the design that we have. 2 schools in that time, the 20 years that we've had this approval, 2 schools have gone in that area with the assumption that that road is getting widened. My wife is a teacher at Oak Ridge Elementary School. We see the traffic that's going on that comes through that 557 area every day, the dangers of what's going on in that area. But the fair assumption with growth is that we have multiple entities that work together And the full expectation was that the Pennies program was going to make sure that that road was safe for all of our commuters in the area. We knew the growth was coming. We aptly prepared for it. And as the actual growth did come, we very quickly just pushed it to the wayside, and now we look like we're behind the 8 ball. Frankly, with everything going on, everything with the communications with our state house reps, even moving up to Secretary Hall, I think it's a black eye on our county. I think it's a black eye on our council for it to have even gone that far. But there's a reason it went that far. It's because we had the inability to act, and we just continued to perpetually delay a project that the voters have wanted for 20 years. So I just ask you to approve the Highway 557.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Aaron Bickle.
Hi, I'm Erin Bickle. I live at 152 Kentmere Lane in Clover. And I'm here to ask that council finally make a decision on the Highway 557 widening project and approve it moving forward as currently designed. The people of York County and D2 especially have waited 2 decades for this project to happen. The improvements needed have been reviewed numerous times over those last 20 years, and a plan was finalized 4 years ago, and the right-of-ways were purchased. The person delaying this project was on the council when those right-of-ways were purchased and was well aware of the plans at that time. They claim they want to ensure the best option is considered, but that is just an excuse in a long line of excuses since April. An overwhelming majority of said people want this done now with no more delays and no more money spent. As more people are moving into the area, traffic on that road is getting worse. Ushering kids in and out of the schools is becoming a nightmare. These improvements need to be made, and we cannot wait another year or more to redesign and pull all new permits. Please vote to approve as designed and stop all the delays.
Thank you, ma'am. Marissa Stouffer.
Good evening. As a longstanding citizen of York County and real estate agent, I have witnessed exponential growth in all areas of York County, including Lake Wiley and Fort Mill. What I can do with great confidence is point out the facts. First, and certainly most important, the widening of 557 as currently planned is paramount to the safety of our children who travel this road daily to attend the nearby schools. Leaving our neighborhood of Camburn to travel to these schools is risky, and the current plan would make this safer. Traffic backs up down 557 in both directions, making it hard to get to school and to work in a timely manner, adding hours and hours every single day to families' lives, unnecessarily so. Growth has already and will continue to happen. We have to improve our roads and infrastructure, and we have to do it now, as we are already decades behind in this process. Trying to add a large park, although beautiful, without first widening 557 is another accident waiting to happen. Why are we even talking about this yet? If a pond and subsequent wildlife are really at the heart of this matter, I have friends, close friends at Carolina Waterfowl Rescue who would be more than happy to assist us in relocating this wildlife. There are solutions to all of this, and the citizens have spoken time and time again, especially those in Camburn and the surrounding areas. And all that we want is the widening to happen as currently planned and now. The safety of everybody in our district depends on this, and that should be first and foremost over everything else.
Thank you, ma'am. Joyce Steinel.
Hi, my name is Joyce Steinel, and I live at 4298 Maggie Springs Way in Camburn. And I'm just here to let everyone know that I'm the one that started the petition that went around to each one of our neighbors. I have the original one here, and we all signed it. And there was like 2 or 3 neighbors that they knew nothing about the Highway 57. I explained everything to them, and they signed this. We want this project to start now. No more delays. Please vote yes and have it done right away. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Amanda Cisco.
Hi, I'm Amanda Cisco at Harper's Inlet Drive in Lake Wiley. As a mom of a brand-new driver, I stand before you today to advocate for the passing need to approve the currently designed Highway 557 widening project without any further delays or costs associated. This project has been long overdue, causing countless headaches and frustration for commuters who are forced to endure traffic congestion day in and day out. The current state of this road during peak hours is a nightmare, with vehicles packed bumper to bumper, potentially causing delayed emergency response times. It's an absolute disgrace that our pleas for improvement have fallen on deaf ears for so long. The widening of Highway 557 will not only alleviate this chaos, but also provide safer conditions for motorists, like my son, by reducing the likelihood of accidents caused by cramped lanes and impatient drivers desperately trying to pass slow-moving vehicles. Stop the meddling, stop the fear-mongering. We cannot let political agendas or baseless fears hold us back any longer. It's time to put people first and make this vital infrastructure upgrade a reality now.
Thank you, ma'am. Jason Ametler.
Jason Ametler. I live at 1051 Jackson Heights Road in Clover. Let me begin by expressing my deep understanding and personal experience regarding the challenges faced by the residents of District 2 who commute daily along Highway 557. Having traveled this road for numerous years, I have witnessed the increased traffic and resulted in daily delays and accidents along the stretch of roadway. It is undeniable that this issue has gotten worse over time as we have been significant growth within our area, and tonight you have an opportunity to alleviate this problem. The Pennies for Progress programs are specifically designed to be taxpayer-funded and taxpayer-controlled. Some now fear that political influence may reduce support for future referendums. I strongly advocate for the prompt advancement of the Highway 557 widening project without imposing any additional financial burden upon our hardworking taxpayers. For each delayed day, we prolong the inconvenience and added frustrations to individuals who rely on this route in their day-to-day lives. While there may be challenges that we face along the way, I truly believe that in the long run, this will ensure a smoother flow in traffic, improve connectivity, and enhance overall quality of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Rosalind Federline.
I'm Rosalind Federline. I live at 1667 Fig Branch Road, Lake Wiley, 29710. And I'm one of the, we live in the tax district that was specially done to purchase the green space. And 87 acres was a big purchase for us. And why would York County not allow us to, the people that purchased it, to allow that pond to be taken 2/3 of it away? We all worked very hard to get it on a referendum. It was passed handily, and we don't want to lose the pond. And if we can not lose the pond, we'd appreciate you voting that way. Thank you. Appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In my spelling out of the rules for our public comment, I do want to say it because there's an individual who signed up to speak on SILFAB, which is a public hearing item. I'm not deterring you from speaking. You can certainly speak now and then speak again at the public hearing, but I did want you to know that that is a public hearing item where you are not limited in the time for you to speak. So when I call your name, if you would prefer to waive that and let someone else speak, I wanted to make sure, Mr. Wally Buchanan, I think you signed up for that.
Thank you for the reminder of the 2 minutes. I will do my bestest. I am Wally Buchanan, a retired Baptist pastor, and I'm one of the 2% of the 4 millions that are left in our area. Mike Johnson, he was here a minute ago, I wish he'd have stayed because I hate to tell him he's a liar behind his face, but he admits that he lied to me and my family when he said it would only be a distribution center, that it would not be any industry, light industry or anything in the building. and it reflects on the council. Went to the building on Friday. The people were in there working from CellFab. They've been in there since March. They said they didn't need permission from York County to be in there working. They had permission from the state. And it said that they're going to be there, no matter what y'all say, they're still going to be there. And it says, our house is in the closest proximity to the building. There's a fence between us and them, 8-foot wooden fence. I see them every day. I go down there, I talk to the people. I never meet a stranger. I did go down there one time and talk to one of the companies there and ask them what I could do to help them with the traffic problem, since none of their employees stops at those stop signs. And he said there's nothing he could do. If I went to York County Police, that would be on me. Well, hallelujah, it's on me. I'm coming to York County, make them stop at the stop signs. Bring the trucks on. We're told that there'll be 3,000 trucks. Bring the trucks on. They know how to drive. They stop at stop signs. Their license depends on them stopping at stop signs. We're ready for that. We've got Ross dressed for less. They're not a problem. There's not going to be 3,000 trucks come in there a day. That is a farce. Whoever told you that, don't buy a car from them. And it says, oh, by the way, the silicon. I'd hate to see York County 20 years from now be Camp Lejeune.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we'll remind folks once again, please don't call out individuals who are not here and can't respond back. If you'll remember to do that. It came out quicker than I could have expected that. Jeff Ledford.
My name is Jeff Ledford. I live at 2095 Cutter Point Drive in Lake Wylie. I'm afraid I'm not smart enough to understand why it would take 20 years to even start a improvement project that the public voted for. But the two things I want to bring up is safety and the integrity of the Pennies for Progress program. First off, safety. If our school kids are in an unsafe environment, it is our responsibility as public citizens to change that, to protect our school children. And this is the current situation on Highway 557 and will remain that way as long as it is in the current condition that it's in. It needs to be widened. Second thing, a vote against starting this project right away is going to throw the integrity of the Pennies for Progress program into question for future projects. I've done a lot of reading and studying on the Pennies for Progress program. It is an outstanding program. My understanding is it started right here. It's something that York County should be very proud of, and it's used as a model throughout this state. But if the will of the people that voted for these projects are not seen through, then why even have the program? So I ask that you vote to start this project as it is designed right away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Foates. I might be pronouncing that wrong. It looks like P-F-O-A-T-S. Is there anybody in? Here we go. We do have an overflow, so we'll.
Hello, my name's Mike Fouts. I live at 368 Battery Circle. And I'd like to just say that I'm in favor of this road widening going ahead. I think it's ridiculous that it's even stopped. It's way overdue. I'm in favor of this Pennies for Progress. I think it's a great thing, and I'd hate to not support it because I think it's a really good way to get roads done, but I think it's ridiculous why it's being held up. And I'd just like to thank everyone for what they do. I know it's a hard job and thankless, but we need to get that road moving. It's way overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amanda Hauser.
name's Amanda. I live at Rutledge Hills Drive in York, South Carolina, in the Kings Grove neighborhood. I'm here once again asking the council's approval or to approve the current plans for widening 557. Council members are supposed to weigh in with P4P commission on projects. They will come before council for an overall up or down vote, yet here we are discussing a specific project again. Because of the baseless meddling and excuses for why it should be delayed. First, it was to save a pond. A portion of that pond is part of the 10.5 acres that were bought as right-of-way before the Bethel Lake Wiley Land Acquisition Preservation Park District was even a thing. Even if that board tried to slide those 10.5 acres into their master plan. When saving the pond didn't garner enough support, it became about a whole neighborhood not wanting it. They've proven tonight that that's not the case. That too didn't hold water. Then it was the road will be raised 20 feet. That'd be a fun roller coaster ride, wouldn't it? If it were true, but it's not. So make that make sense. Now it's the plans are too old. We need to reconsider plans that were shown back in 2011. But the current plans are less than half that age. So make that make sense. There's no doubt that proper process, procedure, and policy were followed in procuring the Pennies for Progress design today before us today. It appears the only P's left out are people and preference. Our people and our preference want this project to start as approved now, and policies used to approved now. So let's trust the process, procedures, and policies used to make this plan. Stop pandering to someone who does not speak for the majority.
Thank you,
Stop
ma'am.
casting distrust on the council.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes our public forum. That is 15 individuals that have signed up. There were other individuals who signed up beyond that. And if you're here for a public hearing item, I want to remind you that you have the opportunity to speak and you're unlimited at that period of time to speak. You can also email the council if you have something that you'd like for council to consider. I do want to point out one thing for folks, because I understand that our public hearings may be quite lengthy tonight, perhaps. There is an item in old business, rezoning action number 1. That is something that I'm going to request that council defer because the applicant himself requested that be deferred. And so I don't want folks to sit around and move on that when he has been told that this has been deferred, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to move forward with that without the applicant himself being here. So I wanted council to be aware of that. And also, it is page 34, it's item 1. That's something that he specifically requested, and he's been told that it's not on this, and I didn't catch it when the final agenda went out. We move now to consent agenda. Is there a motion for consent agenda? Move to approve.
Second.
I think we have one. I'm sorry. Do we have any items that need to be removed?
I request that item number 11 be removed, put into new business.
So item 11 will go to, I think it's number 3 in new business. Is there any other item? The way that we do our consent agenda, if any council member wants to pull anything out of consent, they can do that at this point in time. Is there any other removal? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve with that amendment?
Move to approve with item number 11 being moved to old business.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. If council now can turn to page 31 of their agenda, we move to our public hearing items. Our first public hearing is rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 23-27, tax map number 723000082 to rezone from UD to OA, 2.48 acres in District 1. Do we have a staff report from Mr. Bueno?
Yes, ma'am. So this proposal is to go from the UD, or Urban Development District, to OA, or Outdoor Amusement District. That is a new district to the code as of a year and a half ago, and this would be the first parcel zoned to OA. It's on Cabela's Drive, and the parcel is just about 2.5 acres in size. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 4-story, 107-room hotel. You can see a sketch of that conceptual design here. And this is what that would look like in the context of the area. You can see to the northwest there is the extent of Carowinds and the big parking lot there. So staff recommends approval, and that's because this application is consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. The plan calls for I-77 corridor employment, and this would also get rid of yet another UD parcel. And the new OA district was intended for this area exclusively around Carowinds, and for this type of use certainly fits within that category. And by an 8-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for staff before we open it for public hearing? Ms.
Jonathan,
Love?
I just have one question. Why is it outdoor amusement and not like general commercial or something that normally a hotel would fall under?
The reason is because with the Exit 90 small area plan, it called for a zoning district that worked for the area around Carowinds and that intersection there. And so the plan is really looking for the majority of the parcels in that area to be in the OA district as opposed to a general commercial or a neighborhood commercial district. And so there's a narrower list of uses that apply to OA.
Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick. The back of the building, which faces 77, that road, is that going to be left open for transportation as far as entrance and exit? Is there any special requirements from a road study that may apply at this point that you're aware of?
If you could help me with that question. I'm trying to go back a slide.
If you look at the way it lines up right here, it looks like the behind the building, it goes behind the existing, there's a road that goes behind the existing hotel that's just down the road from it. So none of those roads will be modified or widened at all with this project?
It's my understanding, there's no proposal to do that.
There's no proposal, okay. And the study, has the study been?
Nope, so the TIA would be done when they come in for a site plan review.
Site plan, right. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions before we open up public hearing? Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? If there is, and I assume we still have overflow, do I need to wait for that? Okay. We might need to man somebody up there to make it quicker. But not our sheriff, deputy. Okay. Yeah, let's not. Okay, thank you, sir. They're coming? Thank you, sir. It would be nice for the elevator music. Karen, I'm not sure if they have a copy of the agenda upstairs, but if you can let them know the next item up is the, somehow communicate the NC to GC in District 2. Are they coming? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of this rezoning request? Senator Johnson, it's nice to have you back in here.
Thank you all. Michael Johnson, 1201 Carolina Place Suite, 103, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Madam Chair, Council, thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I represent a group that is looking to rezone this parcel. Currently, the current zoning would not allow a hotel to be built. And as you all know, UD is being phased out in the county, so the natural progression is to move it to OA, which is outdoor amusement, which that entire area is going to go in that direction. Over 1 million people a year visit Carowinds. When those people leave, they don't get to stay in York County for the most part because there's very few hotels in that area. This will be a nice hotel, and the goal is to help beautify the entrance to Fort Mill and to South Carolina by building this hotel and welcoming more visitors. One of the owners, Sam Patel, is with me today. Unless you have questions, we don't want to take up any more of your time, but I would ask you all to support this rezoning.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of this request? Yes, sir. You speak in favor?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Council, for your time. Scott Kokenauer, 122 West Oak Street, Fort Mill, South Carolina, the beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood, 31-year resident. So I'm in favor of businesses in Fort Mill, and it helps our small business school taxes, which we pay a tremendous amount on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
Scott Childers, business address 3475 Lakemont Boulevard, Caddy Corner across the street is our office. This area has been getting better and better, and anything I think to help what's out there now would be greatly appreciated. I think anything new in that area would be greatly appreciated. So I am in support of this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? Do we have a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to start off with, by saying the location of this hotel is excellent by many different purposes. The amount of people, obviously, as Michael talked about, coming into Carowinds is exponentially increased through the years. The challenges we have, though, on Carowinds Boulevard is decreased traffic. We constantly seeing and people leaving to go back to another destination. Offering something like this, literally on site, pretty much being on site next to Carowinds is a huge opportunity to at least mitigate some of the traffic going back onto Carowinds when people are leaving. I think it also enhances the experience for people coming into here. So I'm 100% for it. I think it's a great opportunity.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 2 of our public hearing section, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider a third reading, case number 23-29, tax map number 562-0101014, to rezone from NC to GC, 2.1 acres in District 2. Do we have a report from staff, Jonathan?
Apologies, my remote died there. And maybe this one's not any better. Karen, would you mind advancing the slide for me? Thank you. So yes, this application is for roughly 2 acres of an existing shopping center to rezone from NC to GC. It's located right off of Charlotte Highway. Please advance the slide. Thank you. So you can see here there are 3 existing tenants and 1 space that is currently vacant. It is 2,055 square feet. A new tenant is proposing to locate a restaurant in that existing space. The suite, however, is too large to permit a neighborhood restaurant, which necessitates the rezoning to general commercial, which would allow more uses and would allow a restaurant of a size greater than 2,000 square feet. So just to show you some of the other tenants here, the Starbucks coffee, that is existing non-conforming because that's a restaurant also, and it is over 2,000 square feet, so a rezoning would rectify that non-conforming use as well. Please advance the slide. Thank you. Staff recommends approval. This application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map. You can see it's located within a community center node. And there are existing general commercial properties immediately to the west and to the north. And that would eliminate that nonconformity of a suite tenant in addition to allowing the proposed tenant to locate here as well. By an 8-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions for staff from council? Hearing none, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? Okay, anyone here who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, council members. My name is Jim Friedberg. I'm a representative of the owner of the property at 1201 Village Harbor Drive.
Sir, could you speak into the mic? I'm having
sorry.
trouble.
Sorry. My name is Jim Friedberg. I'm a representative of the owner of the property at 1201 Village Harbor Drive, which is the property subject to this rezoning request. So this area has undergone a transformation, and I believe that the county plan for this area recognizes this transformation into more neighborhood amenities, but with greater flexibility. As staff mentioned, there is an existing non-conforming use that is entirely harmonious with the surrounding area and adds to the atmosphere that this property and its tenants provide to the community. So allowing a restaurant that is slightly over the 2,000 square foot limit for the existing NC classification will add to this enhancement of the area for the residents and visitors. And I want to thank the Planning Department staff and the council for considering this matter, and we wholeheartedly support the staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? Do we have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion and second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Make sure council members' mics are on when they make their motions. Council to hold a public hearing and approve second reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, the county, Silfab Solar Cells SC Inc., and Silfab Solar PV SC Inc. companies previously and collectively identified as Project Mountie with respect to certain property, including without limitation, economic development property in the county whereby such property will be subject to certain payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes and other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve.
We have a public hearing. Do we have anyone, do we have anything for management, or are we going to open up public hearing? Yes, sir. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? And I will say, as folks make their way forward, this is second and third reading, the way this process works, and this is the public hearing for that as well. If anybody who wishes to speak against this request, if y'all want to go ahead and get prepared to move forward, come forward, state your name and address.
My name is Joe Fazzari. I live in Carolina Orchards. And if you can tell by my last name, I'm not from here originally, I'm a New Jerseyite. So if in talking to you this evening, for any reason you can't comprehend exactly all the words I'm pronouncing, I'll be more than glad to repeat them again. In the case of my wife, when I married her recently, I had to spell some of the words just to make sure she understood what I was saying. So in any case, not necessarily against. I'm here talking about that proposal, the second reading. But before I do, let me give you a little background about me and why I got involved in this and where I'm coming from on this particular project. I was 35 years in the shipping industry. I worked for a company called Sealand Service. I was director of planning and finance. I retired in 2000 when they sold all the assets to a company called Maersk. I retired, then opened up a company called U.S. Ship Management to manage 19 U.S. flags, international flags, to Maersk. And the reason I bring that up to you is because part of what I had to do was deal with insurances. Insurances, liability, exposure. Dealt with what's called hull, which was damage to the ships, P&I, which dealt with injuries, as well as oil spills. Those oil spills really became important in 1989 when the Valdez spilled its oil up in Alaska, resulted in a law called OPA 90, Oil Pollution Act of 90. And that imposed tremendous liabilities on the companies, including not only civil, criminal charges against the owners. As a result of that, I had to make sure that the company was insured for these accidents and these liabilities, to the point where some of them were close to $1 billion a policy. And then on top of that, I had to get something called reinsurance with Swiss Re for another $1 billion to cover the liabilities. So what's my point? My point is that accidents do happen, and you need to be aware of those, and you need to be concerned about it. So what brings me here tonight to talk about the ordinance that is in front of you here? And again, at this point, I'm telling you, I'm not for or against it, but I want to go through it and read it with you to make sure what I'm reading from the standpoint of my perspective as somebody who recognizes potential exposure and liability at about as high a level as you can get. As a resident of your county, I am protected by what is happening in this transaction. I read it and I have some concerns. I wish you would at least give me the ability to express to you my concerns, that you give those concerns consideration as I go through this. It'll take me just a little time to go through it. I know you know this, and you should know it. It's for the benefit of a lot of people here. This is that second reading of the ordinance for fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement. And I have, I think, a copy of the ordinance here. I believe it's a draft. I don't know if it's failed. But let me just read it to you quickly. An ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, the county, and a company called Silfab Solar Cells, South Carolina, Inc., and Silfab Solar PV, South Carolina, Inc., companies previously collectively identified as Project Mountie. I see where they got the name from now, Mountie, makes sense. With respect to certain properties, including without limitation economic development property in the county, whereby such property would be subject to certain payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes. So what they're saying is that this agreement, if enacted, will provide an agreement with this company where they won't pay any taxes. In lieu of that, they will pay this fee. And this fee is part of something else. And let me just read what's going to be presented, what's in the reading, if you don't mind. It says, therefore be it ordained by the county council as follows. It's all of you. Section 1, based on information supplied by the companies. So again, that's an important statement. Somewhere along the line, these two companies that I just mentioned, for which you're going into the agreement with, have provided all of you with information. It is hereby found, so you looked at that information, you're number one, found, you're number two, determined, and number three, you're now prepared to declare by this county council as follows. And there's an A, B, and C. I want to drop to C, because I've seen this before, and this one sentence is what really prompted me to get involved in this, because again, I'm concerned about liability. The project will give rise to no pecuniarity. Pecuniarity refers to monetary, it's money. So if you don't mind, I'll substitute that word if it's okay. The project will give rise to no monetary liability of the county in any corporate municipality or a charge against the general credit and taxing power of either. That is one powerful statement. And remember what you're doing. Number one, based on information provided to you, you've found, you've determined, and you're now prepared, if this goes through, you're now declaring that this county will not incur, will not give rise, this agreement will not give rise, let me use the right word, will not give rise to any liability. So, that's an important vote. I've never been to any of these meetings before. But in reading that, and from where I come from my perspective, it's my opinion, this is one of the most important votes this council has ever taken. And I'll explain why. Let me get into this, and let me explain to you why, to me, this is such an important. But first, let me tell you, this comes out of something called a fee lot. And for those that don't know, a quick background about the law. I happen to have a copy of the law, and as you can tell, I've got involved in this by reading a lot of material. Let me just read a section out of law. It's not complicated, a reason for it, and it really is part of Chapter 44. And there's one called the Fee in lieu of tax simplification, so they've explained it a little bit more. This is what we're dealing with tonight. The Fee in lieu of tax simplification act makes the fee in lieu of tax incentive more attractive by eliminating the requirement for business issuance of industrial revenue bonds and transfer of title of property to a county. This simplification facilitates the benefit for the county and the company making the investment. The state looked at this and said, you know, we got to make it simpler. We want to attract these businesses, which I think is great. That's a good idea. Let's do it. So let's make it a little bit simpler. Apparently, it was complicated before because they had to do something with real property titles and they had to go through a process. Now, why did they have that before? Well, I'm going to call it an anchor. If you're going to make a nice offer to somebody, then you want to make sure that there's something that keeps them here. If they're going to come in here and take advantage of whatever you're going to provide to them, then you better hope that they come in here and don't take advantage in a few years, leave. So the tax simplification said, let's make it a little bit easier to lower that anchor and give them some requirements that make it just a little bit easier to come here. Now, they put a couple of things in there. They say, as a result of that, you'll pay a fee. A fee means the amount paid in lieu of ad valorem property taxes. So if you come in and you qualify, you pay the one fee, you no longer pay any property taxes. Now, that fee can be, I think, between 4% and 6%. I'm hearing, the information I'm getting is you're looking at something like 4%. So it's about the best deal they can get. So if this was a credit rating, that means they have the best credit rating possible because they're getting the best deal that you can get. But the state did put some requirements in there. Some requirements were this, and there's really two main ones. There's really two. One is if you want to come here and take advantage of this, I took out all the onerous issues regarding the ownership in real estate and those things. But I'm making you put up $250 million in, let me quote that, real and intangible property. And the word and is important. I read it as and, not or. So it means you got to do both, is what it says. In addition to that, talks about 125 employees. Again, you want to attract them in and bring the people in. And it makes sense. It makes good business sense to do that. And on top of that, if you qualify what's called an enhanced investment, which this company apparently has been qualified as that, what they say is to meet those two requirements, $250 million and 125 employees, we will give you 8 years to do that. So here's the deal. You got to invest $250 million. You got to bring in 125 employees, but you have 8 years to do it. So why do we need the ordinance then? Why are we here voting on it? Because Section 12-44-40 of number 3 says that the county has to vote. It says to obtain the benefits provided by this chapter, the sponsor and the company must enter in a fee agreement requiring the payment of the fee as described. So that's why we're here tonight. This agreement apparently has been written, and those issues apparently have been covered. But there's one sentence in there, and I mentioned to you. It's in the law, and it's here, that really got me involved in this, that really perked my concern about this agreement and whether or not we're really going to cover those pecuniary or the monetary liabilities. And the section that I looked at is number 4. It says, before undertaking a project, the county council shall find, A, the project is anticipated to benefit the general public welfare, and B, the project gives rise to no pecuniary liability of the county or incorporated municipality or charge against this general credit. That's exactly what you have in your ordinance. So you've picked it up. Good. So you're ready to vote on the fact that you've seen the records from the company, that you found them to be good, that you've determined based on reviewing them, that you're prepared to declare that we'll give no rise to any monetary liability. So that means this, from my perspective as a business person, I assume those records that you looked at that were provided by these two companies. Who are these companies? One is called Silfab Solar Cell. One's called Silfab Solar PV. And in case you're interested, I looked them up. Both are incorporated in the state of South Carolina. They were incorporated in June 22nd, 2023, about 2 months ago. In case you haven't looked them up, the agent is named Mr. Marciano, who is the owner of this company, and he is in Canada. He lives in Canada. The corporate office is in Canada. The address that they give for the office is 7149 Logistics Lane, Fort Mill. That's the warehouse here in Fort Mill. So what do we got? We've got 2 U.S. companies, South Carolina corporations, whose owner lives in Canada, whose residence and the corporate office they're putting down as the building that he's leasing over here. That's what we're dealing with. So let's make sure we're clear when we look at this, that those are the 2 companies that were there. So how do you cover ourselves for that liability? It says that you've seen information provided by the company for which I have some concerns. What did they show you that gives you that confidence? For me, I'll tell you what I would look for. I would look for, first of all, their financial statements. How strong of companies are they? Can they back up anything they claim? If you really are being protected, then that tells me that in the fee agreement, and I haven't seen it because I don't know if it's public or not, that somewhere along the line, they must be indemnifying us. We use in our term, hold harmless. So how do you get that protection from them? Well, number one, like I said, I look at their financials. That's the first place I would go. How strong is their balance sheet? They have good cash? Are they strong? Are they solid? What kind of business are they? Good cash flow? Surely you've seen that, because you're going to, again, declare that that's okay, we are covered. If not, if they've made all these declarations, if they have, and I assume they would in this fee agreement, how about if they can't cover it with their financials? Surely they have insurance policies like I had to go out and get. Surely they have provided copies of insurance policies that in case there's an accident, in case there's something goes wrong, and I want to live up to whatever commitments I have put in this fee agreement for which you are signing, that I am covered. They're covered. Everybody, anybody can have. I didn't anticipate having a ship go aground in Cape Town, South Africa. I did. It was there for 30 days. But I had to deal with it. And thank goodness I had the insurance that covered me. I didn't plan on that ship going aground, but it did. So when you read that ordinance and you read it carefully, I'm assuming that you've done all these things. As a resident of the county, you are attesting, you are declaring when you do this statement that that's something that tells us that this project, now not just the company, project, that's everything, will give no rise to a liability. Now, what could give rise to a liability? I'm not even going to talk about fire spills or accidents, because they can. Because there's more to this. And this is what prompted me to talk, because when I say there's more to it, I'm going to read from their warehouse here, or from their own webpage, okay? This is their webpage. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure you've read it. On the back, it says, Silfab Solar undertakes efforts to minimize, let me emphasize that word, minimize the environmental impact of manufacturing. They didn't say guarantee it, eliminated it, no issues, no concerns. They used it. This is their words, minimize. Now, as I've been involved in this, I've heard from a lot of people. I'm hearing, well, they're really not going to manufacture there. They may just be assembling. So assembling, let's just think about that a second. Quite frankly, as far as I know, I have not seen anything or heard anything where the council in your county is restricting what they can do once they come in there. We're talking about the fee agreement, by the way. As far as I know, this has been rezoned already. I believe they could go in there tomorrow if they want and do what they want, unless there's another documents out there limiting to what they can do. Some types of restrictions say you can't do this, you can't do that. Then as far as I know, they could pretty much go in there and do what they want. So let's make sure we understand that part of it. So what is it besides all those things I mentioned? Because we can't talk about safety or health or welfare of the residents of this county, because we're not dealing with that tonight. We're simply dealing with this fee agreement. And the fee agreement, the only liability it talks about is monetary. So any issues that people have concerns about a fire, where it's located, schools, spillage, anything, is really not on the agenda tonight. So what is it that could cause a problem that's not related to that? And it's a word I'm going to use called sustainability. Sustainability. Sustainability is defined as to keep going. So let me read from the same webpage, because that's where I got the word from. And why did that strike me as something important? It's under the heading called our Environmental, Social, and Government ESG Commitment. This is they're from their webpage. Sustainability, there it goes, that's where I got it from, has been embedded in our corporate purpose and value since starting business in 2011. Our North American-based facilities are focused on strong environmental and social responsibility and performance. I want to emphasize that word, performance. In 2023, SOFAB will begin publishing regular board-approved reports for our stakeholders. Now, reports, performance, put those two together. Stakeholders, well, who does he mean by stakeholders? Not us. Stakeholders, this is a privately owned company, are what's called equity owners. So what's he doing? They've got special reports, they're evaluating performances, and they're reporting back to their stakeholders. These annual reviews will be provided sustainability performance updates. And I'm leading into where this is going in my concern, and this is why I'm here tonight. The key word here that I'm going to use when I talk about that is water. How is that related to sustainability? Well, I've heard a lot about this water, and you have too. I know you have. It's come up because it's a big issue. They need water. They need water in order to build the solar panels. Let me tell you what I've heard the number. I've heard 1.2 million gallons is what I've heard. I've actually seen it in some documents. That they need 1.2 million gallons for, again, this is used in production, not for drinking, not for irrigating farms, but for production. So this is one customer that's come back and made this request. And my understanding is that they have the okay. that they can handle 1.2 million gallons. And that's good. I've also heard a number called 3 million, little over 3. Not quite sure exactly what that means, but let me just put numbers in perspective. My understanding and research is the Catawba River Basin, we pull out somewhere between 38 and 40 million gallons a day, roughly. Here's one customer that's looking potentially for 10%, close to 10%. Again, not used for drinking, not used for irrigating crops, but to build solar panels. Now, somebody thinks that they're only there to assemble. I'm not quite sure why they need 1.2 million gallons a day for assembling them. I know you do need for producing them, manufacturing them. I'm not sure you need that. Okay. So does that make any sense to me that they two numbers? And yeah, think about it. Remember what I said this agreement calls for? They've got to put up 250 million, and they talk about as high as 800 people there. But they have 8 years to do it. So what would you do as a business person? I would graduate my business. I'd start off low and work my way up. I'd start off with 1 million gallons. If I can get 1 million, I'll work it in with about 100 people plus. I can do that. Minimal investment. I've got 7 more years, 8 more years to get the rest of the money in. So the 3 million gallons is really part of a model ramp. In my business, we had 5-year plans, 5 and 10-year plans. My guess is, that's not a guess, I shouldn't say a guess. I know this company is good. They are a very good company. They probably have at least an 8-year plan because this is an 8-year window in which they have to get the investments up. So somebody has looked at this model that they've put together, remember these stakeholders and the owner, and said, okay, in that 8 years, I'm going to invest X dollars. I need about 1.2 million gallons, which is what I've heard I got. And that in my sustainability model takes me to maybe year 2 or 3. Now, I need 3 million to start to go a little higher. How do I get to 3 million? Well, from my understanding, they can't get it. So what happens if you already know you can't get it? What are you going to do? I better redo my plan again. I suspect if they already know they're not going to get 3 million, if that's true, I think the model's changed. So what are they going to do? Well, they can keep on going with the 1.2 million. They might not reach the 250. They have 8 years, and of course, we can decide what to do at the end of that period of time. They can modify their schedule, or they can get out. This is the part that started to concern me, and it ought to be something on your mind. What do I mean by getting out? Well, I would assume the agreement calls for the ability within that 8 years for people to not do the agreement. Terminate it. There's probably clauses in there that tell you how to do that. Clean out the warehouse, take what you have. The deal's done, it didn't work, that's fine. So that pays all costs, because again, this project can't get any rise, because you're attesting to that, to any liability. So if everybody agrees to close, you do that. Everybody walks away, we got a warehouse, the leaseor has his building back, it's nice and clean, he can do it again. Or they could just leave. Well, what do I mean by that? They're up there going through this. These people are good. They're good planners. We know that. They've been in other states, they're looking to go to other states. Somebody's sitting up there in Canada and looking at this deal and saying, what's it cost us to get out of here if we have to? What's our exposure if we just get out of there? Well, first of all, they don't own any property. They're just leasing it. So they got a lease they've got to deal with. And they can deal with that. So what else do they have that's anchoring him to the stadium? Well, investment. Well, the 250 million, remember, they've got 8 years to put it up. Who knows how much they have in there? And that's all property, plant, and equipment. They could put it on trucks and move it. What's my point? What's my point is this. What happens if they just walk away and say, it doesn't work? How do you stop them? How do you stop them? How do you stop them from just all of a sudden not showing up and closing the door? Well, the two companies you have an agreement with are the two walking out the door. So who do you go to? The address here says you go to the warehouse. Well, that's locked. Please, please tell me. What do you do? What's your remedy? Who do you go to? Well, you got an agreement. Well, that agreement isn't any valid. Could they do that? Would they do that? I don't know. Is it possible they would do that? According to what you're going to say tonight, and according to what the ordinance that you saying, looking at all those, you've got records that tell you that this will not give rise to that potential liability. I don't know how you do that. I'll be honest with you. And that's my concern. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not against businesses coming here. I'm not against them using the fee in lieu. But I do want to know this. If you bring somebody in here, then we better make sure that whoever that is doesn't leave us with a warehouse full of witch's brew. Because if they do, we've got a problem. And you don't have a remedy, as far as I know. Now, maybe there's something I haven't seen. Let me conclude with this. Silfab looks like a good company. It's a very good company. It's a solid company. I just don't know if it's right for here. I don't know if it's right under the fee agreement, the fee in lieu of. My concern is with the nature of the business and all of the risks associated with doing business, manufacturing here in York County and Fort Mill. As I go through all of the documents available to me, I see a real concern, and that's where I'm coming from, that I feel compelled to bring this up at this meeting. I'm not sure you can answer all of those concerns for me, but I hope you can with strong conviction that the decision to go forward is the right one. Whatever you make is the right one. Maybe more time to explore and at least get answers to all of some of the questions that were brought up might resolve this to everybody's satisfaction. Now, having said that, let me finish with this. Those of you who are voting in favor of it, as a resident of this county for a 30-year project, I sincerely hope you're right, and I'm wrong. I sincerely hope you're correct in your decision if you go forward with this. Because if you do, it's done no harm to me or all the other residents in this county. If you are correct, then it means we'll go 30 years with no liability. And if there are, this company or these two companies will cover us for all liabilities. If you're not, and I'm right about this concern, thank you. Thank you
sir.
for the time. And I don't envy the decision you're making. I really think, after reading this from a business perspective, this is a big decision. Please, 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 don't take it lightly. Thank you.
Sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against?
Bradford Smith, Middlebridge Court, Fort Mill. I'm a EC in the precinct. I reached out to all the people in my area because we live right next door to where this is being built. And as an EC in the precinct, all the people in my precinct reached back and said, no, we don't want it. We don't know enough about it. We don't know if it's just going to be assembly, but it sounds like he said much more. So why do you need so much water to do that? That's a lot of water. It's also the number of jobs and people are going to be coming to this area. It sounds good, but the traffic up 21 is horrendous. The lifestyle for this 557, yeah, we know 21 is a disaster. They're gonna widen it, but it's gonna take quite a while to do that. We got 2 schools being built right up next to this facility. There's too many unknowns, and there's nothing tying them to this country. They're Canadian. And you have somewhere, Kelly Reagan, her husband, is a very high-level forensic auditor, and he deals all the time with court cases. And he's got 2 going on, one in Alabama and one in North Carolina. One of them is with a Canadian company, and they pulled out or whatever they did, they have to go to Canada to get their money back. So this happens all the time. I'm a little leery of a Canadian company, and now we find out that the second company has only been up and running for 2 months, and their office is in the warehouse. It just doesn't seem right. So the easiest thing for this is to vote no, and if they want to cut a deal, get something that sticks them to this country, some property, own the property, or have them put up the money up front. We can use that money for schools and infrastructure. We need that money. Why are they getting so long? Put the money up front. You want to come? Lots of money up front, short period of time, and then at least you'll have something for all the citizens here, because we want to see infrastructure and safety, and we don't want them right next to the schools. So I say vote no.
Thank you, sir. If there are folks that want to, yeah, if you'll keep coming forward.
I think she's going to get a video going for me. Afternoon, council members. My name is Danielle Graham, Downman Court, Fort Mill. I'm presenting you with a petition against the 4% fee in lieu of taxation. We've collected 1,008 signatures by Regent Park and Orchard Park residents. This is the will of the people. As I talk, I hope everyone will watch the drone footage video on the screens before you concerning the proposed Silfab Solar building. We are also passing out the QR codes to access this video. It proves that the schools will be directly beside the 750,000 square foot building. Doesn't look like the video's going. This video clearly shows the very close proximity of that building to the 2 new schools that will be built. Okay. As you'll see, the Fort Mill School District has already begun and has already cleared and begun prepping the ground for these schools. These schools will hold up to 2,000 children collectively. That's 900 to 1,000 per school. 2,000 children directly beside the building. It's directly beside, as you can see in that video. This video also shows how close the new assisted living facility is to the building. In addition to those schools that will hold 2,000 children, there are 12 schools within 2 miles. I just pulled that up on the internet. In addition, let me see, 12 schools. There are 10 daycare centers within 3.5 miles. And if you open up that radius to 4 miles, there are 5 more schools. There are nursing homes and multiple retirement communities. My point, Silfab Solar will be using toxic chemicals per the EPA's own guidelines and should not be in a densely populated area with the most vulnerable. Silfab cannot guarantee that the chemicals won't leach into the water table or populate or pollute the air. Assurances by tossing around the 3-letter agency names give we the people zero comfort. They can't guarantee that in the event of a fire, it won't spread to the schools that will be directly beside them. On Silfab's website, it says here that they are dedicated to the integration of superior manufacturing processes. They manufacture. And just-in-time manufacturing at that. Which makes sense, because if you're going to use 1.2 million gallons of water a day, you're doing something other than bolting things together. I mean, this is just common sense. As a woman and a mother, the safety of our children is my #1 concern. And it should be your #1 concern as well. It is simply common sense to not place this level of danger so close to our most precious and vulnerable members of society, our children and elderly. I am speaking for the 1,008 York County citizens that respectfully ask that you reject and vote no to the 4% in lieu of taxation agreement tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Don't be shy. Everybody come moving.
I'm Brett Ellis. I live right there in Regent Park. And I just have a few questions to bring up around risk mitigation and emergency management. One of the questions that we have is what mitigation plans have been developed by the county to mitigate any chemical spills that would potentially flow into Steel Creek and result in any environmental disasters? What will be done to protect us from that? Another thing to keep in mind, which is already mentioned, a few times already, is Highway 21 is a hot mess. It is beat up, it's held together by patchwork, it's traffic all the time, plenty of accidents. We're gonna have chemicals, going back and forth out of there to, create that, what's gonna happen if there's any type of accident or anything like that with, associated with building those. Let's see, what training has the fire department received to address any accidental chemical spills? That would be a good one to keep in mind. Additionally, is SILFAB funding that training, or is it, taxpayers, taking care of that as well? Another thing to keep in mind, has the school district developed any type of evacuation plans? Then finally, another one to keep in mind is, in the production of, in the manufacturing process, bits of silica particles are released into the environment. That results in silicosis, which is a lung disease which can roll into cancer. Those are things to keep in mind. What's being put in place to protect the community and make sure that all these guidelines are being followed to protect us from that. I think the main thing that we're asking for overall is, before you make a decision on continuing this, have you considered everything? Or are you making a fully informed decision? And that's what we're asking for overall.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for your attention and for listening to us about this particular SILFAB facility. I produced that video that you just saw, and I'm originally from Connecticut, Boston, New York, New Jersey, my friend from New Jersey. When you have a factory that is using cobalt, cadmium, lead, silicate, not a problem. Just melts at 2,723 degrees. But those other metals are toxic as can be. And you're putting them near a school and a residential area. I live 1 mile from that place. What kind of smells and what kind of emissions will come out? Because even by SILFAB's own publications, they cannot guarantee clean air. What are you going to do if there are issues that happen to people that are forced to breathe that air? Have you ever been around a factory that has done that? I have. Go to New Jersey, drive through it, through New York, stick your head out the window and smell that. That's what you're talking about here. Do you really want to take Fort Mill, which is a wonderful residential area, and put a darn factory right there that's using toxins? Are we serious here? It's one thing that this building was built for distribution with over 160 truck bays. Lord knows how we're going to get that traffic through on that road we call 21 off of Carowinds Boulevard. Talk about a parking lot. But the thing is, now we're talking about manufacturing. I don't know what kind of jobs you're thinking of, but I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth it. It's worth it, and I don't know why we built something that big to begin with, because you can't see it from the road. But when you do see it, it is awe-inspiring how huge it is. But my concern is the toxins, because once you give them leeway to start producing using toxic materials, there's no turning back. And they can up and leave, and there's nothing you can do when they go back to Canada. You go into international court, how much is that going to cost us? They could just vacate the prem and leave us with a mess. So I ask you to please reconsider, look at the other aspects of this, look at what the chemicals are, get some tests. Their website doesn't give us enough information. But I would please ask you to reconsider and vote this down today.
Thank you, sir.
For your attention.
If you'll please state your name and give your address.
Todd Huey. I live at 923 Par 1 Court in Fort Mill.
Thank you, sir.
1 mile from location. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else? Thank you for catching yourself.
First, let me say good evening, and it's a great chamber here. A lot of space, you have great seats. You look at us, but look at you. Can't hear you. Okay, this is a great chamber. You look at us, we speak to you. You give us some kind of feedback, we're not sure what. But the question here is, can we accept a manufacturing plan dealing with pollutants? You just saw a presentation about schools being right next to it. Can you guarantee that the pollutants that come out of that factory will not affect the children? I don't think you can, because I can't. But in 10 years or 5 years, there may be an issue that you voted on to say, okay, we can pollute you. I want my water to be clean. I want to make sure I have enough water if there's a fire in a building next to me, that I have pressure to put out that fire. It could be your house. It could be your house. Would you want the factory to say, hey, stop producing right now, we need your water? No, you wouldn't want that. You want immediate pressure in your water system. But you're giving that away maybe to a factory that is producing solar panels. And reading in the papers and reading in every other publication, solar panels produce pollutants that produce cancer. Do I want cancer in my neighborhood? Would you want cancer in your neighborhood? I don't think so. So we have to make a decision tonight that's going to affect all of us, including you. You may not be living in the county. You may not be living in Fort Mill. I live in Fort Mill. I came from New York. Cleaner air, cleaner water. I wouldn't drink the water down here. If I'm living in Manhattan or the Bronx, I had the best water in town. I moved to Long Island and started drinking bottled water. And I drink bottled water down here. When somebody puts water on the table, I smell it, I don't like it, and I say, I don't eat it. But down here, what's going to happen to your water with pollutants in it? It's going to be worse than it is right now. And what's going to happen, you're going to drink it. And you're going to drink more. And what body function will be impaired because you're drinking cancer water? Maybe I may be a little out there with that, but that's what's going to happen. If you read a book called A Civil Action about a small Boston town that did not have a lot of factories in it, didn't have a lot of business. They brought in these major factories to come in. In 3 years, kids produced leukemia, had leukemia. And then 10 years later, the EPA came in and said, you got to clean up everything. And they sued the companies. One company was W.R. Grace. So what we ask you to do, as everybody has asked you, to vote no on letting that plant come in. Already people are building some stuff in the plant, so they're usurping your authority. Your authority. How dare they come into my house and work in my house without my agreement? Would you want that to happen in your house? I don't think so. So as I started to say, in God we trust, which is a great deal. But the issue is, can we trust you? Can we trust you as individuals to do your job and due diligence, to understand what pollutants they're going to use? Do you have a list of what chemicals they're going to use in the factory? Do they guarantee you these are the only ones we're going to use? I don't know. Do you know? And we want to make sure, can we trust you with the health of our children and grandchildren, and even more important to me, my health as well as your health? Be brave, be courageous, and vote this now. Down. because, as someone said, it's not compatible with our area. Take a look at our area. It's pretty pristine. It's all residential. You're going to put in a manufacturing plant in a residential area. That happened in Jersey. They had these stacks that going up, and you drove through the Jersey Turnpike. You would say, hey, what's that happening? What is all that? EPA came in and took all that away. I don't need EPA to come and take that factory away, because they may leave earlier than need be. But I want to breathe fresh air. I want to make sure if I'm swimming in the lake, it's going to be clean water. And the children who are going to be learning there are going to breathe clean air. And it won't contaminate their lungs. Maybe they're 5 or 6, but when they're 15, do you think they're going to run track with cancer in their lungs? Can you tell me that's not possible? I don't think you can say that. I can't say that, but you're going to vote yes on a manufacturing plant to make that happen as a possibility. So be brave, be courageous, and there's no shame in changing your mind about voting yes. The vote is no. The vote should be no from the beginning. And whatever they're bringing to us, we don't care. Fort Mill is a great area. We can get tons of business, and we don't need anybody telling us what to do and when to do it. So I thank you for your time. As we say, in God we trust.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Thank you. My name's Dave Phelps, 8020 Huber Lane, Fort Mill. And now there are a number of very valid factors that have been raised against manufacturing solar panels in the proposed location. And however, some may feel that we should swallow all the negatives in support of the greater good, i.e. solar panels contributing to cheaper, cleaner electricity. And I'd just like to challenge that proposition, that thinking. So objective research based on current solar panel technology and costs clearly shows that solar power systems are not competitive against fossil fuels and nuclear, based either at the residential level or at the bulk power generation level without substantial subsidies. And subsidies lead to an artificial cost evaluation. And subsidies, whether for the bulk power megawatt level, gigawatt level, or the domestic kilowatt level, are provided by us taxpayers. So while solar panels produce clean electricity when they're operating, looked at on a life cycle basis, they are anything but environmentally friendly. Just considering the most common silicon-based photovoltaic cells making up the solar panels, production involves the mining and refining of many raw materials, including rare earth minerals, manufacturing and disposing of old panels, which at the moment is mainly in landfills. There aren't many recycled. This all involves power, pollution, and carbon dioxide production. And I understand that Silfab would be involved in the later stages of manufacture. I'm not sure of this, but turning wafers, I would expect, into solar cells and assembling these into modules and panels. Other more efficient solar technologies involve further toxins, pollutants, and carcinogens, and I'd anticipate any commercial solar company moving into these technologies at some point. Now, the sun is an intermediate energy source. Over a 12-month period, a solar panel will typically provide 15% of its rated nameplate capacity. It may be less than 10%. And the necessary backup can be provided by battery banks, which are expensive and life cycle polluters. Or more usually, the backup is provided by the conventional power grid. And the latter means that the natural gas generators that have to be available have to operate inefficiently on and off, generating more pollution. Further, the switching in and out of solar power inverters, this is particularly the bulk power level, leads to so-called harmonics and instability in the power grid. So please bear these realities in mind before promoting solar power propagation. And just very briefly, turning to the proposed manufacturing in Fort Mill, Silfab maintains that as a responsible company, they will make every effort to safely dispose of or recycle liquid chemicals and airborne waste. This is good. And air pollutants include toluene, hydrogen fluoride, and hydrogen chloride. And these are all harmful to the environment and to humans, and you can check this out for yourselves on the internet. They need careful control. And I understand that Silfab is awaiting comments from the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. We need to understand the chemicals, such as hydrofluoric acid, that will be used in washing processes and how they will be disposed of. Now, from Silfab's, I see a spec sheet that I was given, which is not the normal sales brochure, but it talks about the liquid waste contaminants that have to be addressed, and these could include arsenic, cadmium, chromium, lead, mercury, and cyanide. These will require physical chemical treatments before discharge into the wastewater system. And as with any process such as this, there is always the danger of accidental spills and discharges. Now, I've not yet seen any details of the actual manufacturing process that's proposed for Fort Mill, but I'm assuming that it involves buying in manufactured silicon wafers, probably from China or Southeast Asia somewhere, and turning those wafers into solar cells, and then assembling these into modules and solar panels. Now, if this assumption is correct, there should be little airborne silicon dust produced or silicon tetrachloride, since these result from upstream manufacturing processes. I'm assuming they're not going to be smelting silicon dioxide. Now, solar does have its place as a long-term power backup and for remote locations. So I'm an engineer, I'm a professional engineer. I favour continuing development in the hope that future solar technologies will be cost-effective and cleaner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, my name's Dave Price. We live on Williams Road, not in Fort Mill, but in York County, over on the east side near Sugar Creek. There's been lots of discussion and lots of information. I don't need to repeat it. My big question is there's a disconnect between what you're being told and what the company itself has published in industry publications, notably Solar Power World. Canadian-based Silfab's new elite panels use a proprietary X-pattern technology which would require in-house made cells, not just assembly. So that's production of the silicon cells. That is by the CEO, Macario, in a quote in that industry publication. So what we're being told is just assembly is not square with what they're publishing in their press releases in the industry publications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anybody else wants to speak, you need to come forward, because I'm going to move to the, I'm going to move us to the other folks then. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Peter McVeigh. I live at 907 Lake Club Drive in Rock Hill. I was asked by Mr. Huckabee if I would do some research on Silfab in order to help him make a decision as to how he would vote. As a result of that, I interviewed a number of people. It was all done on telephone. Each person whom I interviewed gave me permission to use their name in anything that I wrote or anything to which I made reference. Each of you has a 2-page paper with Silfab on the top of it, and I did not get it to Ms. Brogdon in time for it to go up on the screen, so I apologize for that. Doing Google and Bing, I found nothing negative about Silfab. I spoke with Eric Johnson, the Director of Public Works for Bellingham, Washington. He said that he has had absolutely no problems with Silfab, either air or water-wise. I was referred to him by the mayor's office. He further stated that Silfab was an asset to the city, a good employer, and very much attuned to be a good neighbor. I spoke with Mr. Don Goldberg, Director of Economic Development for Bellingham. He's fully aware of Silfab's effort to come to York County. He's sorry that they don't have the ability to offer the space in either Bellingham or Burlington to Silfab, because they have been such good neighbors and good employers. He had nothing but praise for Silfab's dealing with the city and the manner in which they have done, as he put it, everything. In Burlington, I spoke with Mr. Greg Young, the city administrator. He's completely complimentary of Silfab. I spoke to Christina Kakafalakis, having been referred to her by the mayor's office in Mississauga, Ontario. She has nothing but positive comments to make. I spoke with Hayden Jenkins, legislative assistant to a state representative, Joe Timmons, in Washington. I never was able to speak to Mr. Timmons, but there was nothing negative to be said. It was all positive. I also spoke with Alex Rammel, who was a new state legislature. He lives within a half a mile of Silfab. He has said he has never had any issues with them in their traffic. There is nothing that would lead him to believe there was a plant within half a mile of his home. Chief David Jennings of the Flint Hill Fire Department, which is the department that would be responsible for the Silfab location, has said, this is a phenomenal information that needs to be communicated, and this is what I sent him, what I just talked about. This is more of the impression I had while talking to representatives of Silfab. Once again, some people start talking on topics about going against Silfab, and this is something we need here. And my department, and I got this from him verbally today before I came in here, can easily handle anything that goes on at Silfab. We have the training. I know there's been a lot of questionable information out there. When I look at the Herald and the Observer from the last 2 days, they refer to a solar farm. This is not a solar farm. A solar farm, by definition, is someplace with a whole lot of solar panels out there trying to generate electricity and working with an electric company. I would hope that as you go through this, that you reach out and read the letters from DHEC, the letters from the city of Rock Hill, stating that they believe this is a viable proposition to bring Silfab into York County. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? Hey. Hold up. Remember what we said before. We're going to keep decorum. We're not going to comment on folks. That was done for the other side. I'm going to reiterate and hope that continues.
Good evening. My name's Dave Wilburn. I live at 222 Cowboy Circle in Rock Hill. Mr. Huckabee is my district person, and I'm very happy about that. Just a moment to spend a little time on my background. I've spent 42 years working in the power generation market, starting as a field service engineer with Westinghouse, working for a succession of global power generation equipment manufacturers. My wife and I came to Charlotte so that I could work for Toshiba in their nuclear group. I left Toshiba in 2018, formed my own consulting company, limited liability company in South Carolina. And for the last 15 months, I've been working for a company that does low-level radioactive waste disposal. Why do I bring that up? I saw how tough South Carolina's Department of Health and Environmental Control, DHEC as we keep calling them, is with respect to managing activity in South Carolina. We were disposing of some feed water heaters from the Oconee nuclear plant. DHEC came in and they absolutely made sure that we towed the line on every little detail, even though there was not any likelihood that the friable asbestos would get loose. We had to provide an escort from Oconee all the way to Andrews, Texas for the feed water heaters. DHEC made us do that. I've also watched with disgust the dumping of very inferior Chinese solar cells to dominate the US market over the last 10 years or more. China irresponsibly produces solar cells using mainly coal-fired power generation, and they have zero emission controls on most of their coal-fired plants. They ignore any environmental impact of their manufacture. They ignore air quality. They dump chemical waste into the soil and ocean. They are strictly focused on making a profit. Now contrast that with Silfab. Silfab, by comparison, is an environmentally responsible Canadian company that wants to build an additional 1 gigawatt, that's 1,000 megawatts, that's like the size of a typical nuclear plant, of new solar panels for the US market. They have been responsibly operating similar facilities to what is being proposed here at both the Burlington and the Bellingham facilities in Washington since 2018 and 2021, respectively. Silfab solar panels are far more efficient than anything that's being produced in China. They are actually looking at about a 22.1% efficiency, which is quite high. Their latest technology, the X panels that were mentioned. They've been adhering to all EPA, and they have to adhere to EPA and DHEC requirements for both air and for water quality. They have provided you all with the most incredible amount of data, about 1,000 pages, I think it amounted to, talking about all of the documents that are necessary to make sure that they're being responsible manufacturers of their product. They've provided all of the transportation study data necessary. They provided water usage, quality, and discharge flows as confirmed by the Rock Hill utility managers that are going to be taking the discharge. The electric power requirements have been well defined. Power flow studies have been done. The internet requirements have done by York Electric Cooperative. And Duke has 2 nuclear power generation sites, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, that provide 2.3 gigawatts of power. So there's very little probability that you'll run out of power for this site. Third-party traffic study has been done, and the impact has been determined. Silfab has offered a no truck transport period, 5:30 to 7:30 a.m. and p.m. to minimize the impact for this period of time. Your tax reduction, or in lieu of, is only a 2% reduction from the typical 6%, and it does require those 800 people. If not, it reverts to the 6%. The chosen site for the facility was built recently and is currently vacant, generating no income at all. The estimated tax revenue from operation is cumulatively over a 30-year period about $21 million. That's revenue going to the county. The facility meets the light industrial zoning requirements as described in the York County Growth Plan. These silicon wafers, which form the solar panels, contain no heavy metals like cadmium or tellurium. Those are for solar panels that are the real thin things that you see out in the market, like for campers or, they're very, very thin material. These are not made with any of that. The only identified hazardous material in the assembled panels is trace amounts of lead from the soldered connections, which are further encapsulated in stabilizing polymers. And they are probably likely to last at least 30 years. The biggest issue is the air quality, and that is being completely reviewed by DHEC, still awaiting approval. It did achieve a preliminary statement of basis, which allowed it to go into fast tracking. But so far, DHEC has not, to my knowledge, concluded what their position is on that. But keep in mind, DHEC may test the air and the water at any time at their discretion. So in conclusion, I think the solar cell market may go through future price changes as we see alternative sources of electric power generation, such as small modular nuclear plants and even fusion power plants. Yes, they are coming. However, the continued use of solar panels will continue to be a long-term offset to power from the local utility, regardless of the fuel source. The potential for a market price shift to affect Silfab Solar's facility should still be considered, as was brought up earlier. I recommend a clause to be added to either their tax reduction agreement or their lease to require reasonable restoration of the site for other use should they need to leave. Improvements such as holding tanks, storage tanks, and electrical interconnect equipment could remain depending on the needs of a subsequent interested party for the site. I support conditional approval of Silfab Solar upon acceptance by DHEC of the complete air quality and making sure that Silfab agrees to restore the site for subsequent use by others should they vacate it in future years. Let's help offset the tax burden on homeowners by bringing in responsible light industrial manufacturing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is David Bust. I'm a professional engineer, and I'm on the board for the Fort Mill Economic Partners, and I'm on the York County Regional Chamber of Commerce Board. The business community has heard about this applicant, and like a lot of people, we have questions. I think the questions are prudent. I think that's important when you're evaluating any business that's coming into your community. We have laws that those businesses need to follow. We have regulations that protect our environment, our roads, our water, our power needs. All of those things have to be incorporated when an applicant gets a permit in this county. And I can tell you, your staff does a fantastic job of not only upholding those rules, but enforcing them. So the real question comes to what were the answers to the questions that were asked. And if you don't know those answers, the important thing to do is to take the word of the expert, or why ask? And we have experts in this state. We have important rules in this state. DHEC is the law of the land. They do a good job of protecting our world. This community is a vibrant community. It doesn't just need the wonderful greenway and the wonderful parks and the trails that we have. We also need places for people to go to work. And this is South Carolina, and it is a great day in South Carolina, and I believe in business. The fact of the matter is, this business is going to bring $17 million in tax revenue for York County, 800 new jobs that are above market, and $500 million in economic impact for our county. I really don't know why we're here, other than to say yes to this agreement. I hope you get your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Mark Howie. I live at reside at 112 Hallett Street, Fort Mill, South Carolina. I know there's no clock, but I will keep my remarks to less than 3 minutes, I promise. I'm also Vice President of Community Development for York Electric Cooperative. We provide electricity to almost 70,000 accounts in York, Lancaster, Chester, and Cherokee counties. York Electric Co-op exists for our members who all require different levels of service, whether that be a school in Fort Mill, a small farmhouse in western York County, or a new or expanding industry wanting to provide jobs and investment for this area. Our members come first. While the need of members may be different, our mission remains the same: to provide reliable, safe, affordable electric service to all. Regarding the power supply question, I think it was kind of addressed, but after numerous engineering studies that we have done, our wholesale power suppliers have assured us they will have the capacity they need to serve this industry if it is approved. Although this county continues to grow at record pace, I'm proud to say that even with supply chain issues, rising cost and inflation, we have not had a rate increase in 12 years. Yes, 12 years, and we are very proud of that. Now, if you'll allow me, I'm going to take off my professional hat and put on my York County native hat. So give me just a second. I spent the first 18 years of my life about a mile from this facility. I'm a proud graduate of York Comprehensive High School. Dad ran what we used to call the church home. I think a lot of people know it now as York Place. It's a children's home for children with issues. Mom taught school at McKelvey and Jefferson, if you know that, that's located about a couple of blocks from here. I've lived in Rock Hill. I'm also a proud graduate of Winthrop University. I married a Fort Mill girl, and for the past 26 years, we have lived in Fort Mill. I have seen both our daughters go to kindergarten at Riverview Elementary and seen them both graduate from Nation Ford High School. It may be hard to measure, but I can assure you, while some of you may love this county as much as I do, no one cares for this county more than I do. Unless we have major tax reform in this state, we need industry to support our schools financially and to further improve the quality of life we enjoy. I supported every school bond that came about when my daughters were in school, and I will continue to do so. It is my hope that if we can attract quality industrial prospects to help balance the huge amount of residential projects, then more dollars will be provided to help keep our schools strong. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate what you all do.
Thanks, sir.
Good day. I'm Trev McDonald. I'm the COO of Silfab Solar. I want to say thank you very much for your continued dialogue with us on our project and having us here today. Part of the reason why we're here today is we were given certain milestones to bring forward to the council, and with those milestones, our project would be heard again after our first vote session. One of our milestones was to get a traffic impact study done, which we have done. One of our milestones was to continue the process to work through the DHEC permitting, which we have done, and we expect to have formal completion early September. And this is why we're bringing to council today to review our project and vote on our second reading to continue our progress forward. I don't think what many people know is really what Silfab's all about. There's a lot of talk of who we are and who we're not, and what we are and what we may be. But really what we are is, we are 800 strong today, and we're working on growing our company to 1,600 strong with the growth that we're focused on in this project, which we call Project Mountie, and which we hope to locate in this Fort Mill location. Everything that we do starts with our values. That's the base of what we're trying to do organizationally and what we bring in. What you've heard about our track record in Bellingham and Burlington is representative of our values. Our HR team has coined a really cool acronym for PACER for our values, and that really helps our team ring off our values and measure our values on a daily basis. But our 800 strong really believe in those values, and that's our base of our pyramid. So we're not here to pull wool over anybody's eyes or to trick them or to play games. We're very committed to what we do. We're very responsible for what we do. We're very professional in what we do. And we're very transparent in what we do. If there's any questions that need to be brought forth, there's been great dialogue between us and council. Council is representing their constituents very well with bringing the questions to us. We are fielding the questions with written responses. The majority of the written responses that we share are not drafted by us. They're drafted by third-party engineers that are giving input details to these projects. We're not going to make up whether we can have water or not. The water authority locally will tell us if we can do it. We're not going to say that we're going to get power all by ourselves. The power authority is going to tell us that we can do it. We're not going to say that we can magically fix traffic. No, the traffic engineers will tell us what we can or cannot do. We're not going to tell you that we can or cannot make clean water out of the processing we do. All the engineering done tells us how to make the clean water from the processing we're doing. And all the regulations by DHEC tells us how to make sure that that processing is monitored appropriately, maintained adequately, and measured and monitored. So we're not here to trick anybody. We're here to be very transparent about our project and what we're trying to do. The middle of our pyramid is our vision. That's where we want to go, right? So, the middle of our pyramid is our purpose, and that's kind of how we get there, right? So we have our people with our values, and we have our purpose. And our purpose is to bring clean energy to people who need it and reduce carbon emissions with every single module we deliver to the end user. Right? So our end users are looking for energy independence. They're looking for alternative options to grid power. Our solar modules go on residential rooftops in the US. That's our primary and almost significantly sole market. So we're looking at generating a circular economy within the US, where we light manufacture, light assemble solar cells, solar modules. They go out to the end user in the home that generates their own energy. And those people are making those choices to bring those in. When you talk about governance and stakeholders, it's really important for everybody to understand. We have 800 stakeholders in our company that hold us accountable every day. Those stakeholders have families. When we talk about us locating a manufacturing facility near what we would consider a school zone, if our 800 employees wouldn't allow us to do it, it wouldn't make sense for us either, and we wouldn't come to council for us to do it, right? So it's a whole balance of what we have internally culturally that we're looking to check a box with council for. And we don't just heed any warning and think that that it shouldn't be heard or concerned, but we have our 800 people who have 4 people in their household that would express those same concerns. At the end of the day, we need our people to go home safe. We need them to grow and be educated. We need them to contribute in the operation. And you cannot do that unless you buy into the same philosophy with those people. And that's the relationship we're trying to build here in the county as well. The other important thing about governance is I've heard talk about recovering the site afterwards. It's important to understand. We set foot in manufacturing in Ontario 12 years ago, and we've continued to grow the operation year over year. What we've shared in our project here is an operation forecast of growth year over year for the first 3 years to the maximum of 800 jobs. We set foot in Washington in 2018, and we grew that operation year over year. That led us to further expansion in Washington at a separate site where we set foot in 2021. That site is going through its 3rd upgrade in capacity today. We're deploying more capital equipment today in that operation. So you don't get to do the things that we're trying to do as a business and an organization unless you work under appropriate governance, whether that's insurance, whether that's legal, whether that's taking care of your employees, whether that's taking care of your shareholders, whether that's working with regulatory bodies, whether that's taking care of your customers. This is who we are as a company. And I think it's important for everybody here in this council and everybody here in this community to understand it. We do have an open house that we're holding in about a week's time. We would love to continue the dialogue with people who have one-to-one questions that feel like they still have not been answered. There's been some questions posed here. I'm not just up here to debunk any questions. I'm here to say we're ready to have a dialogue, We'll share the information. The information is very transparent, and it's not scary information. It's real, true, factual information. Thank you for your time, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? I think we got a race.
For the record, just to clarify, Silfab's building solar panels, not nuclear weapons. The concerns that people
Can you
have
please
are
state your
valid.
name? Please state your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. John Gossett, Lake Wiley Road, Lake Wiley, South Carolina.
Thank you, sir.
Forgot that. Apologize. The reason I want to weigh in, there's a couple of things that I think it's important for council to consider. First of all, to the folks in Fort Mill, their concerns are valid, 100% valid. I don't minimize that one bit. The problem is there's so much misinformation going around. It's just, you can't find what the truth is. So it makes people even more concerned. So I'm disappointed that somehow that misinformation hasn't been tamped down and a better way to get people their questions answered, because they're good people that have good questions and they're concerned, and I empathize with them, 100%. But the information is out there. I mean, I called a buddy in the planning department and got tons of information. I'm not gonna tell you who. Power, they're good. Water, got the letter from Rock Hill, they're good. Wastewater, got a letter from Rock Hill, they're good. They've even got when the South Carolina DHEC looked at it, what they discharge is gonna be higher, the standard, than DHEC requires. I mean, it's gonna be much better than what you would think wastewater would be. There's certain standards that they got to meet, they're gonna exceed them. South Carolina DOT. I couldn't believe this, but this is South Carolina DOT. Has little or no adverse impact on local traffic at any time throughout the study period. I'm like, well, that's South Carolina DOT.
Folks, if we can remember to keep our comments.
That's straight from South Carolina DOT, and that's what you have to base your opinion on. Now, coming from 557 in my area, yeah, y'all already heard an earful about that. But here's the thing. They picked a site because they're not going to build a building. And that's not unique. I mean, that's a huge capital outlay. And the way taxes are, you find a big building and you lease it. That's a big building. There's not a lot of them available. If somebody had a building mover, you could put a whole bunch of roller skates on it and roll that thing down 77, fine, but you can't do that. You go with the building that you got. But for the folks, especially the folks at home that haven't seen a lot of this information, this is what jumped out. Y'all have this packet, and I'll hit just the highlights. Silfab plans to invest $155 million between 2023 to 2026 toward the construction of the facility, 800 permanent local direct jobs in York County at the facility that'll pay an average of $60,000. So then you jump down the construction period, another $71.8 million in York County, a generated one-time economic impact. Annual economic impact at the manufacturing facility operations on York County is estimated to total over $508 million by 2026. This is the real eye-popper. When combining all economic impacts associated with both construction and all ongoing operations, the cumulative economic impact of the Silfab manufacturing facility on York County by the year 2026 is projected to be total nearly $1.3 billion, with a B, billion dollars. And that came from Dr. Joseph Von Nessen at the University of South Carolina. That's big money anywhere, but it's real big money here. Now, throw in, I'm gonna hit the employee benefits again for the folks at home that haven't seen the packet. 9 paid holidays, medical insurance, remember that. Dental insurance, 401k, critical illness and disability insurance, vision insurance, potential for bonuses, tuition reimbursement, consistent work schedule, yearly salary increases. Their hourly wage is going to be between, the information that I've seen, $20 to $32 an hour, which would make sense with a $60,000 average. I haven't seen that in writing. And I believe there was something that's in discussion about working with York Tech on something with solar as well. Here's the point, and here's where I'm going. You know, rich folks may think that that's not big money. And I guess to them it's not. Let me tell you something. The working class, and that's where I come from. My family from generations since the 1700s when we first got here were farming and manufacturing for generations. And, you know, for that kind of money, for folks who are standing in your Chick-fil-A window, handing out your order because that's the only thing they can get and what they're making, whether it's a person handing you a Starbucks, whether it's a person washing your car, whether it's a person that's bringing you your meal at a restaurant, they're not in those jobs because they aspired to. It's probably the best one they could find. That's life-changing money for a lot of people, a vast majority of York County. And then when you add the benefits, that's the key. How many jobs out there now offer good benefits? Most jobs are temp jobs. They're third-party employment. People are stuck in these jobs where they have to work 2, 3, 4 of these different jobs just to get money to pay their bills, and they don't have benefits. So those things have gone away. You know, people in York County in general, they need access to better paying jobs and important things with benefits, because that's what you raise a family with. It's more than just a paycheck. It's so that you can take your kid to the doctor when he's sick, or you can get your kids' teeth fixed when they need to be fixed. And you're not going to get that on temporary jobs. You know, we got people right now that I call them working poverty. I mean, they go to work every day, and they work in 2 and 3 of these jobs, and they're still below the poverty line. This is America, really? We got people in my district, and I'm not throwing my school district under the bus because everybody knows me knows I'm a huge supporter of my school district, but I'll use this as an example because it's eye-opening. We got some of the best ladies you'd ever meet working in our school cafeteria, and they're working hard every day, but their pay rate, they still draw government subsistence. They're under the poverty line. They're taking care of our kids, and they're under our poverty line. I mean, and there's just so many other examples. That's just, you know, it is sad. You can't raise a family on jobs like that. Our young folks trying to start out, they can't start out. And here's something that really hits home. I remember, because I watch a lot of these council meetings, I know of a couple of council members, and maybe more, but I know of 2 in particular, have recently made the statement that, I'm paraphrasing here, but I don't remember exactly, but the gist of it is their kids can't afford to live in York County. They can't follow in their parents' footsteps because they can't afford it. You know, what happened? Well, I can tell you what happened. We lost our manufacturing base. A lot of people have moved here from different parts of the country, so they won't get this, but those of us who did live here, I had a front row seat to it. We had a strong manufacturing base. We had a strong farming base here. The manufacturing base, our government sold out our manufacturing base to Wall Street for easy Chinese money, NAFTA. And all the manufacturing, I watched it leave, and I watched what happened to families, to individuals, to people's hope. A lot of them never recovered. And now, you know, you guys had a great discussion not long ago about affordable housing. I'm not asking you to answer, this is a rhetorical question. What have you done since then? Great discussion, but what have you done? I suspect nothing, because, not negative saying that, you can't just wave a magic wand at a council level and fix that. You can't just hand out free money. You can't just go build a bunch of homes and give them to people. I tell you how you can address affordable housing. It's not going to be the total fix, but step one is bring back manufacturing jobs, because they pay good money, they pay benefits, and they pay good taxes into the tax base so that all the homeowners are not having to carry it on their back. That's important, and that's what we used to have, and we need to get it back. Big picture. And this is something that the council, I feel, needs to consider as well. What happens if you say no? Do you really want to send a signal to all the other industries out there that are looking at York County as possibly relocating here? You know, we got state level recruiters and the county level economic teams and all that, and they go out and they talk to all these companies, and they're selling the county saying, we're open for business. We're interested. We want you to come here. And you get this far down the line, you get to this point, this close, and then you slam the door. Every other industry out there that's watching is going to say, forget York County, take it off the list. They're not open for business. We already have hurting ourselves now. Our Grand Tree ordinance is so confusing that we've had several industries recently that were looking at York County, walked away. I want to save trees. I'm an outdoor person, but I don't want to leave everybody in poverty as a result. I call our Grand Tree ordinance the Ouija board Grand Tree ordinance, because you don't know what answer you're going to get. You know, can I build? Can I not? Maybe ask it 3 times, you get 3 different answers. That's hurting us, because people who want to locate here are scared of it. Say no to this, and you seal the deal. And that hurts everybody in York County. All these people that are struggling, hitting above and below the poverty line, single moms that got kids and trying to raise them, this job would be a lifesaver for her. But, you know, do you really want that big picture effect? I don't think so. I'll just close that, you know, yeah, you can tell I'm pretty patriotic. I spent 30 years in the military. But this comes from the heart. American manufacturing is what helped win 2 world wars, win the Cold War, and built the middle class of this country. It wasn't retail jobs, wasn't hospitality jobs, it wasn't service industry. American farming and manufacturing is what did that. During World War II, American farming fed the whole free world, not just us. We kept Britain alive. We kept Europe alive. And our manufacturing saved the world, literally. And then our middle class was the envy of the world. But look where it is now. What happened to it? Where is it? It's not what it used to be. And this is in my lifetime. So we don't need any more low-paying, no benefits, unpredictable, temporary jobs. We need to bring manufacturing back to York County, and we need to bring as much of it back as we can. The citizens of York County need better paying jobs with good benefits in order to have a decent standard of living for themselves and their families. And for those who would bring up, well, it's a foreign company, well, I just look it up on your phone. I just did. There's 854 companies in the state of South Carolina that employ 162,900 of our citizens. You look at the map, it's just covered the state. So this is not a one-off anomaly. BMW, Michelin, Schaeffler, Mitsubishi, Bosch, Husqvarna, Samsung, just to name a few. So Silfab is just one more of those that want to come here. We got 4 great school districts. They produce outstanding young folks that graduate. Not everybody goes to college. Not everybody goes into a trade job. Some people would love to go into a manufacturing job. And we need to, as the council, I think you need to be looking at that big picture and take care of those kids. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity. My name is Renee Terreri. I am the head of HR for Silfab Solar. I have the honor and privilege of being responsible for the people and the culture. I also have the honor and privilege of being on the executive team. I grew up in a small town just south of Buffalo, New York. Yes, it snows. Yes. My dad farmed. I grew up on a farm. And it is a wonderful company, and I'm very proud of what we do. And I know the gentleman before me did a really good job, and he took all of my stuff. So I will say a couple of things that he might have missed. Trev talked about our values. I want to tell you that one of our values on the PACER is commitment. We are committed, not just to the people and our excellent product, but to the communities that we go into. And I know that they interviewed everybody in Bellingham, everybody in Burlington, all of the officials, and they all said, we are a good corporate citizen. I've already contacted all 3 high schools in Fort Mill. We will be giving them scholarships for children that are going into STEM, and that includes environmental and health and safety. I've already met with York Technical College, and they have a plan to help us have apprenticeships. I'm hoping to have them in January if we can do this. That's how soon I want to do it. I also met with Lorraine from Ready SC. They're going to help us with the training. We are hiring people direct. These are not temps. We are hiring them direct. We are hiring people in Fort Mill. The HR business partner that I have right here, she lives in Regents Park, and her child goes to the school right here. We have another person that we've already hired from Regents Park, and I believe that Debbie is both of their council person. So we are dedicated to hiring people in Fort Mill, South Carolina. There are people in Washington saying, do you think we can transfer to the flagship manufacturing site in South Carolina? I have a list of people that want to move here. I have a few people in Canada as well that are saying, you know what, that's going to be our flagship manufacturing site. I'd like to live there. That's where the growth, all of our growth is here. Oh yeah, he already said 800 jobs, $60,000, and that's over the 3 years that we'll hire the 800. We have a ramp-up program. We have incentives that we pay to our production workers every month based on safety, based on quality, excellence of the product, and production, every month. We also have annual bonuses, and we have performance reviews, everything that that gentleman said. The other thing I wanted to say is that we have holidays, we have PTO days, and we have a day that every employee gets to volunteer anywhere they want in the community. One day, 8 hours, they just have to report it to HR and we put it in the system. And then at the end of the year, because we have it formalized, I can tell you how many hours Silfab dedicated to the community and where they dedicated it to. We have a tuition reimbursement. If you want to go back to school, you want to go to college, we'll pay $8,000 a year for you. We'll help you. So we're here to help the community, the business, and the people. I am responsible for the culture and the people. I take that very seriously. We have career pathing, where you can go and you can, if you're a technical person, you can come in and you can grow your career on a technical path, or you can come in and you can grow your career on a leadership path. We have training and development so that you can go on either path. We have it for engineers. They can come in, they can be leaders and principal engineers, or they can be leadership and engineering managers. These are career paths that we've already established and we're already working on. And that's all I have to say, because this wonderful man said everything he said was true. There wasn't one thing that he said that I would have to come up here and say, oh, that's not happening. It's all happening. I'm going to be here I'm in Washington, I'm in Canada, but for the next year, this is going to be my job. And we're going to build this company, and it's going to be fantastic, and we're going to do everything we can to be involved in the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Dave Oxendine of 2550 Neely Store Road, Rock Hill. I didn't really plan to speak tonight. I wanted to come listen to the dialogue for SilFab. But I want to tell you about this road that's in Rock Hill. It's actually in York County. It's called Burkett Road. That road is less than a half a mile long. There are 5 chemical companies on that road. One of those companies is the company that I manage, and we've been in York County for 37 years. If you wear Hanes underwear, we're probably in your underwear. If you have shingles on your house, or tires on your car, or drive on asphalt, if you use a chainsaw, we make products for all those industries. This road is next to condos. It's right next to the Rock Hill Manchester Soccer Complex. And of course, the former Panther site that is currently heavily marketed by the city for mixed-use development. This is an industry that's regulated by DHEC, OSHA, HAZMAT, Department of Transportation. And I really wanted to not really speak for the opportunity for economic development, although I enjoy seeing opportunities such as this come to our county. But more important that we understand our industry is safe and it works under the auspice of these state and federal regulations which protect our community and protect our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Dean Fell. I live at 3044 Wexford Drive in Rock Hill, or just outside of Rock Hill in York County. And I'm the president and CEO of the York County Regional Chamber of Commerce. The York County Regional Chamber of Commerce is made up of nearly 800 members and is the largest business organization in its 4-county region of South Carolina, serving the Fort Mill, Rock Hill, TGK, and Greater York areas. The Chamber exists to support its members and to serve as the voice of the regional business community. After becoming aware of conversations and discussions about this potential project coming to York County, the Regional Chamber Government Relations Task Force convened, and as well as the Board of Directors, and did research, asked questions, held meetings with key officials and company representatives, concluding that this is exactly the type of project that we would like and we would support to come here to our state and to our county. The support of this project was unanimously approved by both the task force and the Board of Directors. A number of the key points, and you've already heard them before: the company investment of $150 million, the number of jobs, additional activity, you've heard it all. But the Chamber also reviewed the benefits that we believe SilFab will bring to York County, which includes bringing solar technology back to the U.S., high-paying jobs in the top 10 to 30%, partnership opportunities with local education providers, supporting our overall workforce development efforts, green technology that's not just supported federally, but a necessary component of our environmental health and well-being. And this is in all of this will be in excess of a $1.3 billion in total economic impact. This is simply a good project for York County, in our opinion, and based on the factual data, we support it wholeheartedly. Lastly, on a personal note, I have a son who just started 8th grade today at Saluda Trail Middle School. Saluda Trail Middle School is a STEAM school. His pathway he's much brighter than me. He's a straight A student, excellent in math, engineering type components. And he's already identified several colleges where he plans to take a dual track in mathematics and engineering. This is the sort of job that can bring him back home. And that's what we want here in York County. We want the opportunity for our kids that are graduating from our high schools to have the opportunity to have engineering jobs, manufacturing jobs, well-paying jobs right here. I respectfully ask you to support this project, and thank you for your service. And I know this has been a long night, and I certainly appreciate your attention. I've sit here and watched. Each of you are paying diligently attention to every speaker, and I appreciate that, and I applaud you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no one move, do we have a motion to close? Motion to close the public hearing first? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve second reading.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If we can go down the line, however you, who wants to go first?
I'll go.
All right, Mr. Atkins.
First of all, I'd like to say that I've had a lot of calls on this. And there's also been a lot of untruths in this. If I could take a second, though, could I read something?
You have the floor.
Well, remember, it's getting late. But a lot of the concerns for the chemicals and all, as y'all know, I'm a dairy farmer, and we don't use any chemicals on our farm. We use natural means and all, but I'm still exposed to a lot of chemicals because I'm a diesel mechanic too. Hydraulic oils and everything. But I just want to show you, and I'm not saying I'm voting for it or I ain't, but I cannot stand misinformation, and I get kind of tired of Americans thinking they love their modern way of living, but they don't want to admit what all it takes to have it. Now, I would love to go back to the mules and horses days. I could live that way because I'm probably the most self-sufficient person in this room. And I can back that up, and some of my friends in here can tell you that too. But I got kind of teed off because my personal number got give out. Not just mine, several others. And I'm probably at 20-some years going to have to change my phone. But that phone that I'm going to change to make an education to people about is just like hydrochloric acid. Most people don't know, and that's in solar panels, it's in your cell phones too. It's used in food processing, corn syrup, soft drinks, cookies, crackers, ketchup, cereals, metal processing, metal pickling, ore processing, pre-chemical processing, oil well acidation. You know the number one item, though, that it's used for? Toilet bowl cleaner. Toilet bowl cleaner. My voice is a little shaky because I'm sort of perturbed. Now, I talk to a lot of good people, but I've been berated, have had people, it's like I was the center pivot of all of this. I'm not the flag that's up on the pole for everybody to salute. All right? The next thing is hydrofluoric acid. It's used in glass manufacturing. It's used to wash surfaces and dissolve silicon. And silicon is in more than solar panels. I use solar panels. And I don't believe in no green energy deal. We ain't never getting away from our system, oil and everything. I wish it was here, though. Maybe we could have $2 gas again. All right? We're going to lose our country if we do not wake up and start manufacturing and do what we need to do in this country. We cannot be consumers and service. But also that hydrofluoric, it's used in medical products, antibiotics, agri-energy, and let me take a second to tell you that. I told you we don't use any type of chemicals on our farm. But I'll also tell you this. If you don't cut and mow and take care of your own lawn, ask your lawn care service what they use. Because I promise you, they're using chemical fertilizers, they're using herbicides, pesticides, and if they're using ant killer and all that. Actually, more hazardous chemicals than what we're talking about here. Also, it's used to prepare land and vegetation where basically are pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides. Potassium hydroxide. It's used in the, I forgot to tell you this. On the hydrofluoric acid, you know the major use for it? Making a Prozac. True. Look me up. It's true. potassium hydroxide, food processing, soap, cleaning agent, liquid fertilizer. Major use, chocolate, ice cream, soft drinks, and colas. All right, sodium hydroxide, used in solar panels, soap, detergent manufacturing, textile manufacturing, aluminum manufacturing, beauty product manufacturing. Common uses, household beauty products, hairspray, fragrance, soap making, foot powder, hair dye, makeup, nail care products, shampoo, shaving products, suntan oil, chemical hair straighteners. I'm not saying I'm voting for it or I ain't. I want manufacturing back in our country, especially our county, because I don't want to become the bedroom community of Charlotte, North Carolina. All right? Anybody get where I'm coming from? I was born and raised here. I can tell y'all folks in Fort Mill, when I remember there wasn't but 2 places to eat. That was at Hardee's that recently got gone, and the River Stop. I remember a lot of the farmers that used to preside there. But I don't understand how the misinformation and everything got out. Y'all want to live a modern life, and half of them up here may not even agree with me. They get tired of me talking about the good old days and all. But that was the era that I was from. And I had a daddy that taught me how to work. We're not even teaching our kids how to work. You took grass cutting away from them and everything else. What do you expect if the Lord don't take us back, and our country does continue, which it ain't, is mighty shaky ground, are our kids going to do in the future? I don't understand it. But I approve of the second reading, and there is a website out there, and I think that a lot of y'all should take an opportunity to find out, because I'm going to continue. I will tell you, I will thank my wife, though, because she, everything I told her, she helped me to figure out, and you can double check me on any of it. Really start looking at a lot more different things. But these things we've chosen to make our life easier. I think Americans have made their life too easy, because most people wouldn't even get out of the air conditioning. We were in the hayfield day, and we like that every day, and it's 100-some degrees. And you're talking somebody that took the air conditioning off of his tractor, because when something breaks, I got to get out there and fix it. Nobody has any work ethic or drive anymore. A lot of good jobs pays a lot of money, but they either service or we're just consuming. But that's my rant.
Shall we go down the line, or? Okay.
Right, okay.
Mr. Audette?
Thank you, Tommy. First of all, good evening. I want to thank everybody for your input. It was fantastic. I mean, everything was well stated tonight and well appreciated. Thank you. You know, coming on county council, it's interesting, right? There's, you know, and being part of the economic development team has been is a joy, because we can look to support our businesses in the area and look to bring in businesses that will work for the community. And then on top of that, to look to partner with our great leaders in this area to develop a path forward, to get in there, to get a path forward that's going to work for everyone. The value of these jobs, there's a lot of value in it. I can hear that. I can hear the track record, as you spoke about. Track record. There's a lot there in the track record, so good information to share. But as county council member, you know, there's at the end of the day, I want to push for manufacturing. I agree in manufacturing. But the first thing that, as a council member, that I need to watch out for is the safety of my community. Okay, that's number one. Absolutely number one. Okay. So as I look through this, and I'm not saying this is not a safe company, don't get me wrong, but this is where I need to draw back and make sure that whatever is approved in this community is safe for the people that live here. Not just short term, but long term. Okay, great benefits is excellent. Paid vacation is excellent. But if there's a underlying factor where there's any impact to the community from a health perspective, that washes it all out. It means nothing, okay, if you have issues that impact the community from a health perspective. That's why I've taken a slow walk on this thing, and I have not supported this in first reading, okay? And let me tell you why, all right? This, when we look at air quality, as we talked about tonight, we're still waiting to get a final checkoff from DHEC on the air quality component. That's still out there. It's still coming, but it's not confirmed yet, okay? The second thing is we've got DHEC wall, again, I want to make sure I'm stating this right, but from a DHEC water quality standpoint, I was informed that we can't get DHEC's checkoff on the water quality component until construction starts on this. And I'll make sure I'm quoting that right, and speak out if I misquoted that. But when you look at those two components and you push that against, we're building 2 new schools right up against this property, okay? That's where I have to take a pause, all right? I have to take a pause on how would this possibly impact if there wasn't a release of air that went over to these 2 schools literally next door and impacted those kids. Maybe we don't see it next year, but 5 years down the road. Again, as a council member, safety is first to me. There's 3 readings on this thing, but I am not convinced at this point that I'm comfortable with this project. So tonight, I will be voting no against this, and I want to share my thoughts. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Well, we should have started on this end. I like to see the audience feel, getting different views and perspectives. We've seen that quite a bit lately. I'll say that regardless of how this vote turns out, whether this company comes or not, we still all got to live in the same community. We all still got to be neighbors. Whether it's 557, whether it's SilFab, we all got to live here. And with every vote that we take up here, there's going to be some that agree, there's going to be some that disagree. Not necessarily winners and losers, but there's going to be some that agree and disagree. And we have to live with the ones that we disagree with and the ones that we agree with. Having said that, you see how difficult it is to sit up here and evaluate both sides. It's a tremendous responsibility that I don't think anyone up here takes lightly. We've gotten hundreds of emails concerning SilFab. We've gotten hundreds of emails concerning 557. We read them all, we thumb through them, we do our best to digest it and make sure that we're doing the best that we can do with the information we have. And one of the things that I've tried to do over the last 12 and a half, 13 years is not err so much on the emotional side, but the informational side. Because a lot of times we send emails, we're emotional. A lot of times we make phone calls, we're emotional. Sometimes we have a little bit of information and we think that's all the information. Sometimes we have all the information and still feel that it's not enough. But what we do have to use as council members is what's in front of us right now. We can get up here and speculate of the dangers, of the success, the failures. If we knew that going forward, we probably wouldn't be interested in doing council jobs. We'd probably be on Wall Street. But we don't know, and we can't speculate. Would it be fair to speculate that every business that opens up in York County is going to be successful? Or is it reasonable to say every business that opens up in York County is going to fail? We don't know that. But we don't have to use, we shouldn't use that as a model, as a measuring stick of should we approve this or should we not? We can speculate about, will DHEC regulate this to the point that it keeps us safe? Well, it's DHEC's job. It's not York County Council's job to make sure that there are things in place for air quality, water quality, sustainability. That's not what we're here to decide. We're not the experts. We don't do that. Our job, when we do a rezoning, is not to evaluate whether a business will sustain, whether it will do anything outside of what our agreement says they're going to do, make the investment, provide the jobs, and we rely on DHEC. We rely on the EPA to do their jobs. We can get all the financial data on the company. We can make sure they have all the insurances to protect whatever they're going to do, but that's still not our job. Our state does a good job, and I work for a company that DHEC's been all over. The EPA's been all over. So we can't discount the fact that these agencies do a poor job. If they're doing a poor job, that's their job. They have to account for that. I made some notes as everybody was speaking. We're not considering a rezoning. CILFAB can go in this location right now, start up their operation without York County giving them a thumbs up or thumbs down. But it goes through DHEC, the EPA, where the city can provide the water, where they can treat the water. We're not doing a rezoning. The question here today is, do we want to consider a fee in lieu of tax agreement? Some people say, well, you can't give away the farm, they're going to come anyway. Well, when a company comes to York County and petitions to be here, or David Swinson goes out and recruits them, if they meet certain criteria, they get certain benefits from the state. If they meet certain criteria, they get certain benefits from the county. We want to bring jobs. One of the major things that this council has done over the years is being one of the top job producers in the state. Several years ago, we was the top job producer in the country. Not even 4 or 5 years ago. A sustainable community is a community that has jobs that people can make livable wages. We heard from the presenters, $60,000 a year. It doesn't make sense that if this company was coming paying $15 an hour, I don't think that would cut it. I think one time it was a question about what they were paying, where would people live in the Fort Mill area. I think that number since then has kind of creeped up a little bit. We want good paying jobs. And to look at what this company is going to put on the bottom line for our schools. I remember a time when people from Fort Mill was coming saying, we need money for schools. We need money for this. Well, we got a company that's going to put money on the bottom line for schools. A lot of boxes are being checked that the general public don't even consider that's going into when a company locates here. And I get it. We can all say that we don't want something near our home. We had issues in this community with a second jail. We had an issue in this community with landfills. Things that we know our community needs, but nobody wants it near them. Cell phone towers. Everybody in this room has a cell phone. But talk about putting a cell phone tower, oh no, we don't, it causes cancer, it causes this. Well, give me your cell phone. Let's take down the towers. There are certain things that a community needs to survive and sustain. I ain't gonna mention when we start talking about a rock quarry, but we need dirt to build. We need dirt for roads. We complain about roads, but we don't want a rock quarry. How do we get there to build roads if we don't have dirt? How do we build buildings if we don't have rock? How do we have cement if we don't have? That's our job. It's a tough job, and we don't take it lightly, but I think we do our best and rely on management to give us the information we need to make the decisions that we make. And I assure you, we've got a plethora of information over the last 5 months and beyond. I think we all take it serious. Some are still going to vote on it emotional. But when you look at all the boxes that CILFAB checks, we probably let some people come in this community who don't live up to the standard. But when a company checks all the boxes, it's not right for us to speculate. We're not in the speculation business. We get the facts presented to us, and that's what we have to consider. Talk about the revenues for the schools. First 5 years, I think they're looking at approximately $1 million a year for the first 5 years. Over 30 years, 16.9 million. Can't mention enough how important DHEC, the EPA, and other regulatory agencies will do their job when it comes to what this company is doing in this community. But it's not council's job to go out now and put in regulations that don't exist just because the company wants to come here. I don't think it'll be right. We couldn't do it if we wanted to. That's on DHEC, the EPA, and all those other agencies that have to do their job. And if we don't trust them to do their job, then we have to go to their superiors. I think we have a county staff that's going to do whatever their job is to assure the community that they're meeting what we require. And I'm sure there's going to be some conversation, collaboration with DHEC. If the EPA has a concern, there'll be some conversations. I remember when this first came up, and some of you may have been part of the questioning group. What's the MSDS? Like, wait a minute, the company's not even here. You want to see what chemicals they're using? You know, sometimes there's a process. And knowing that we put them through a strenuous, tedious outline to get to where they're at, they've been transparent with us. They've been open to the public. You know, what else can a company do to say, hey, here we are? You know, if it was an individual, I'd say we'd be standing here stripped down naked and you can see all what they got. But it's a company who lay out the books, lay out what they plan to do, lay out their vision. And like you said, they can't grow if they have environmental issues. They can't grow if they're having employee health issues. That would be obviously, if that was the case in some of their, in their other facilities, that would be front and center right now. If there's a health issue that's going on at a facility that they operate, Google it. I'm sure it'll come right up. I haven't heard that. If that would have been the topic of conversation, that would have been presented to us, that'd be a different story. So we have to take, we have to evaluate it for what we have in front of us, and I hope this company is able to come in, grow, hit that 800, and hopefully put more than 800 people in that facility. Because that means we're putting people to work. We're growing the tax base. And not to even mention the tax base is going to provide for York County. The schools are good, York County tax base growing, putting people back to work. That's a lot of boxes that we can check with one company. You know, $150 million, that's not a fly-by-night company. You know, I think they've proven they know what they're doing. They have their vision set. I'm all for it. If something comes up with the company down the road, I'm sure we have the agencies, we have the expertise, we have the people in place from the local level to the state level that can oversee and regulate what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. So I think I've beat it to death. I'm supporting it. I'm supporting it. 800 jobs, that's a lot of jobs. That's supporting our local businesses, our grocery stores, our daycare. People don't have to send their kids to daycare. Can't say enough about the benefits. If I hadn't been on my job for 25 years, I may be putting in an application. But I've been there 25 years. I get 6 weeks vacation. I get insurance, I get dental, vision. That stuff's important. That stuff's important. So, CILFAB, I wish you luck. I'm sure you're gonna hit all those marks because we have some good, qualified, well-skilled employees that's gonna fill that facility for you.
Mr. Huckabee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank everybody in the room for being here tonight and sharing your perspective on both sides of this issue, all the telephone calls that we have fielded at this point, the emails, because if it's 5:57 or it's this topic with CILFAB, your emails give us a chance to do our due diligence. We don't take a recommendation from management and vote yes or no. We spend a ton of time researching these topics to make sure we know what we are voting on. So let me share the following with you right quick. The role of council on this issue really is to vote on the fee in lieu, a 4% concession tax. That's what we're here to vote on. I'm not sure how we got to the point of analyzing CILFAB, the integrity of the company, the business functions of the company, but we have. So we've gone down this road. So for 5 months, we have been able to work on this issue ourselves and complete our due diligence so that we can make a strong, informed decision on how we should vote on this issue. And it's not easy. I shared with a couple of council members today in conversation. You know, there are probably things I'm going to vote on between now and the end of my term that may cause you not to vote for me again. But I didn't run for election to get reelected. I didn't. I'm going to vote my heart on every issue that comes before me. And I'm not going to bend because someone wrote me a check. I'm not going to bend because you voted for me. I'm going to do what's right each and every time. So let me share this with you right quick. I am on the Economic Development Committee with Councilman Audette, who's our chair, and Councilwoman Love, and myself. We're the 3 members of the Economic Development Committee. We have a responsibility to listen to options that come to this county. We're the 2nd fastest growing county out of 9 counties in our area. So you got Union County first, we're 2nd, and Mecklenburg County's 3rd. So we became the fastest growing county because we understand our role here in York County. And part of our role is to attract the right types of manufacturers. And I'll give my reasoning for why I think the way I think as I proceed. I do want to say that part of our due diligence is understanding how other elected officials feel on this project. So I'm going to say publicly, Ralph Norman supports this project. I want to share with you that I don't know how many of our local delegation or state delegation, I don't know how much of the state delegation supports our project, but I do believe the overwhelming majority of our state delegation supports this project. South Carolina Department of Commerce referred this to us. This came with a grant as well from the state of South Carolina. York County Economic Development, led by David Swinson, made the recommendation for this project. 5 months in, a lot of due diligence has been done. County management overwhelmingly supports this project. York County Regional Chamber of Commerce supports this project. So through this process, after the first reading, where I voted for this project, after first reading, I called Pete McVeigh, a friend of mine, a retired DEA agent. After he retired, the DEA asked him to be a consultant to the DEA nationally. I have a lot of respect for this man. I didn't say to Pete, I want you to go out and ask questions about CILFAB so that we can support this project. I said, Pete, I want to know more about CILFAB. I want you to ask every question you can ask, and I want you to confirm it, please, so I can feel more comfortable about my vote. Because what I'm hearing is I hear some people in favor, some people not in favor. I'm a conservative. And you won't believe the comments I've gotten from conservatives that have written checks to support me when I ran for election and voted for me. You wouldn't believe some of those conversations. We've done our due diligence. So what has the due diligence proven to me? Well, here's what I'm comfortable with. I've been over there. I went over with Debbie when this project was first announced. I rode in her car. We rode around the area. I didn't know the building even existed, 800,000 square foot building. 180 roll-up doors, 400 tractor-trailer parking spots. Pretty big building. If you've never seen an 800,000 square foot building, you ought to ride around it. It's a pretty big building. So 12 to 15 trucks a day, when the traffic study will allow up to 3,000 trucks a day. So if it's not SilFab and it's not light manufacturing, it could be a warehouse. I can't imagine 1,000 trucks a day coming in and out of that location, in addition to the other warehouse distribution facilities that are on that road currently. So 12 to 15 trucks a day. There's a blackout period, it was mentioned earlier. Between 5:30 and 7:30 a.m. and p.m., trucks cannot come in or out of the facility. Do we have any other business in York County that does that? I don't think so. That's forward thinking. Their shifts. They have 3 years where they will be phasing in employees to ultimately have 800 employees. Their shifts will change at 6:30 in the morning to avoid the worst part of our traffic. Wages, benefits, incentives. Even heard more about that tonight. I mean, I'm in the insurance business. I'm sure a lot of employers here in York County, York, Chester, Lancaster counties, and all over the Carolinas, I don't know anybody that does for their employees what was mentioned today. Wages, favorable. Water. We have been given no reason to believe that the quality of the water that's leaving this building, actually the water leaving the building, we've been told it's cleaner than the water that came in. That's what we're being told. That's why we have a permit. They have a permit issued by the county. Air, we're told there's not an issue with air quality. Schools. My wife and I have had 4 children that have gone through public schools. I got two grandchildren. Schools. Schools aren't calling us saying we don't want this project. I don't think not a person on council's got a call from a school saying they don't want this project. Neither has our management, neither has SilFab, neither has SilFab's consultant. Schools are going to get half of $3.5 million a year. Maybe it's the money over the safety of children. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking they're not really concerned about this project. Not for the safety of the students. In Washington State, SilFab has a stellar reputation. Pete called and confirmed that. He didn't call one person. He called over 11 people, and all 11 agreed, you can use our name. So all of you that heard the names could call them tomorrow and confirm. That's how strongly they feel about the company. They're a strategic business partner in their community. Now, I don't know how many of you, I've been in business here for 33 years, and I get phone calls weekly asking me to write a check and support companies, and we do. We support well over 40 companies a year out of our business. And guess what? Maybe this one, if we vote to approve, is going to be 41, because they are engaged and they are a corporate partner. That's the kind of company you want to bring into your county. We don't want that one to go to Chester County, to Gaston County, to Mecklenburg County. We want them here in York County. I do. York County is going to receive 2 specific tax payments. You got the building. There's an owner of the building out of Atlanta. They're going to pay $2.1 million a year in property. They're paying right now $2.1 million of property taxes on that building right now. And SilFab estimated is going to pay $1.4 million a year, $3.5 million total a year, and the Fort Mill School District is going to get half of that money, because those of you that don't know own businesses, it's hard for you to understand this, but 50% of the property taxes we pay for the businesses we own go to the school districts. And it's a whopper. It is a whopper. I'll end with this. We talked about misinformation. You know, in the beginning, I thought this was a chemical plant too, so I went and researched chemical plants. So we got over 25 chemical plants in York County. 13 of those are within 1 mile of a school. Did you know that? Manufacturing, hundreds of manufacturing companies in York County. And we need more manufacturing companies, especially paying the wages and providing the benefits that this company is providing. I wrote this down. I was just going to say it. I was going to ask everybody, does anybody here not have a cell phone on them? One person, yes, Dennis Getter does not have a cell phone. Doesn't own one. One person. But the rest of us, if you're like me, I carry a county phone and I carry 2 of these. I got a laptop and I got an iPad. I got 4 devices here. It's made pretty much of the same thing that they're using at Silfab. But is it okay for us to carry a cell phone in our pocket and hold it up to our ear? Our children? I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, for all those reasons, I am 100% comfortable to vote yes on the second reading, and unless I learn something else between now and the third reading, I'm going to be voting yes for a third reading, because I feel like it's the right thing to do. No other reason. Thank you.
All right, I guess you're up, Ms. Cloninger. I think Ms. Love wanted to go after you.
Well, I'm going to try to make this short because we're all tired and we've all heard a massive amount of information today, and I thank everybody for coming out. It has, I have to say that I'm very passionate about this issue since I am the district representative for District 7, and I represent the best, I think, the best communities on this council. I know everybody's going to fight me on that one, but I love Regent Park, I love Carolina Orchards, I love Springfield, I love Ann Springs Greenway. We are a premier community, and yes, we are the bedroom community of Charlotte. That is what we are known for. But I guess now we're going to be known for the manufacturing community of York County. So, oh, I forgot Fort Mill. Love Fort Mill. Sorry, Fort Mill. But anyway, you're right, everybody who has said about misinformation. Truly, there has been a lot of misinformation, but it's because this project was not transparent in the beginning. We did not get the information in a timely manner. We have been given this information in bits and pieces. We get a report today. We got a report in March. Some things didn't add up, didn't say the same things. And when you're not upfront and you're not honest and you're not forthright with the information from the very beginning, yes, there will be misinformation. There will be. And try as I might, I'm one person out there in a community of 37,000 people trying to get the word out to them what the whole situation is. And then dirt started moving next to the building. They thought it was the building. No, it's the 2 schools. So I'm trying to get that information out. Then everybody's worried about the roads. Well, I'm trying to get the information out about the roads being expanded and when that's going to happen, and the fact that all of that's going to happen when the schools are being built, and then you got Silfab all rolled into one. So we've got that issue, and talking about a TIA study that was done on one day, one day a TIA study. It was the Wednesday after Easter. Okay? Now, I got on very good information from our guys in the county that does the roads. I asked them, how long do you do a TIA study for? And they informed me for a week, at least, a full week. And they want to make sure that they do it at times when it is appropriate, not during any holiday period and not when schools are out, not during the summer. Okay, now we're going to talk about the employees. And granted, you have the best, you have great incentives. You're doing a wonderful job in the high schools and in York Tech. I applaud you for that. But here's the reality. I'm going to give you the reality because guess what? I live there, and I have lived there for over 20, right at 20 years. Carowinds, I took my grandkids 2 weeks ago, braved 100-degree heat. We could not ride, or they could not ride more than 2 or 3 rides because the rides were shut down. They didn't have enough employees to cover the rides and keep them open. And Carowinds pays $22 an hour. Okay? You have 8 years to ramp up, to make this required investment, to get your $143 million worth of equipment into the building, to get 800 people in as employees. But you have literature out there that talks about the fact that your process, and this I'm going to quote, every step of the process to manufacture, and this is from SILFAB, to manufacture the solar panels is fully automated, requiring limited human interaction for only quality control and custom product. So I question how the company is going to ramp up with these 800 employees with this automatic approach. So I question the county. Do we have oversight on these 8 years? Like, do we have somebody that goes out and checks if they've got the 800 employees? Do we have somebody that checks if they have the investment of $143 million plus? I don't know what the $7 million with the building is, but that's part of the deal. And then this is the other thing that we haven't heard from, it's been mentioned, is the DHEC study on the air. We were supposed to have that tonight before another meeting. We don't have it. Okay, so then another issue is that we met, Tom and I met with SILFAB. Everybody is concerned about companies doing business with China. We asked that question. Do you do business with China? Do you get any products from China? The answer was no, an affirmative no. I have stacks of invoices I printed out from shipments from China to the plant in the state of Washington. Now, I don't know, maybe somebody can explain that to me, but it looks like there's a problem there. Okay, so I'm going to end this by saying, I'm going to say one more thing. It's been said to me on numerous occasions, you are not being honest with your constituents. That is a distribution center, and if something happened with SILFAB or they left or whatever, it's a distribution center. You're going to have thousands of trucks in and out there every day. So I went to community meetings. I've said to individuals, it has been overwhelming with the fact that they have dealt with distribution for years and years and years with Ross Distribution. and they said, we know what we're getting with distribution, we don't know what we're getting with CILFAB. We will take distribution every day of the year, and that's the truth. I am, we don't know, we truly do not know, we have not dealt with solar in this county, the solar production. We don't know what will be the impact of the nature of this business. I truly cannot look at the taxpayers of this county knowing I had approved something that we don't know. You don't know. We didn't, who would have ever thought in a million years Maui would be burning? Who would have ever thought that? I mean, it's so beautiful. I've been there. I can't even imagine. Accidents happen. And I just feel like this is not a good deal, not only for the taxpayers of York County, but my constituents. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Love.
I love a full house. So I think I'm going to venture off into a little real estate here for you for just a minute. I've been accused of being a real estate agent. I do very little real estate. That's not my role or my goal in life. But I want to talk about this. If you ask me to sell your house, I'm going to get you as much for your house as I can possibly get you. But if you've got people come and look at your house before they buy your house, and they move in a few weeks before they ever even make an offer, before we ever even come to terms on a price, I promise you, you're going to get a full price offer. CILFAB has already been permitted. Like someone said earlier, they incorporated in South Carolina, already incorporated in South Carolina. They are there working. They've been there working for quite some time. Mr. Wally Buchanan mentioned that he'd been there talking to them, and they are not just permitted by the state, they're permitted by York County to upfit a property that they're going to be renting. They have moved into York County. So my fellow council members are right when they say it's not about water quality, it's not about wages, jobs, air quality, or schools, but they've all gone on to talk about water quality, wages, jobs, air quality, and schools. I'm not going to talk about all that tonight. I've got a lot of notes. I've got a lot of stacks of paper, because if there's one thing I do, I hated school, but I do homework now like I've never done before. And I do that because I'm responsible to every single person in York County. I was elected to look out for tax dollars, number one. So we can have a whole lot of conversations about green space and roads and all of that, but my number one job is to look out for your tax dollars. In an area where real estate is at a premium, why would we offer a sale price, where the highest and best use should get top dollar? So in my opinion, this is a toxic waste of taxpayer money. They're here. Whether they stay, I don't know. But they're unpacking. They're doing construction. They've already been paying rent for a few months. Out of an abundance of caution for both public safety, but mainly out of concern for taxpayers unnecessarily funding economic development in York County, I'm a no vote.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to try to wrap this up as quickly as possible, but there are some points that I do want to make. First of all, thank you to all the citizens that have come out and expressed your concerns. It's important to me, and many of you have said, please listen to us. Please do your due diligence. I've heard you, and I take this seriously, and I do believe that the rest of our council takes this seriously. No, there is no way to guarantee any result. There just isn't. That's what I do for a living. I see it all the time. You can't guarantee a result. All you can do is use your best judgment and do a lot of homework. And I think all of us have been swimming in this information for months now, especially over the last weeks, looking at track records, looking at experts, looking at and balancing benefits versus risks. And it's not, I wish I had a magic ball to be able to tell me what is the right thing, what is the wrong thing. We simply don't have that, but we have to use our best judgment to determine these issues, and it is difficult. The points that I think are really important are these. What was concerning to me is a lot of people have reached out and didn't seem to understand that this is not vacant land. This is not something we can rezone. This property is a building on 58 acres, I believe, 178 truck bays in it. It's already there. It was there before they even applied to come here. This is not a rezoning. This zoning actually was decided 30 years ago. This is in an industrial park. So the property owner has a legal and a constitutional right to put any industrial use it wants in that property. And not only has the property been in industrial zoning for 30 years, earlier this year the council once again looked at the comprehensive plan and continued to put this property, unanimously continued to put that in an area to dedicate it for industrial and employment center use. So for 30 years, anybody who relocated here, any folks who chose to build around it, did that knowing what that zoning was, and it was reaffirmed again this year. So the only thing before us, it is right, is whether or not to extend this standard fee load. When I first got on council, I didn't like them. I didn't like them. I mean, you can put up a whole reason why you don't think you should do that. But because we are at the tip of the state, we have to consider these things in order to balance it out to attract high-quality jobs. And what I do know is from the history of what our council has done and from what management has recommended and economic development has recommended and what council has approved is that businesses who promise to come in here and invest $150 million with 800 jobs, they get a standard vanilla incentive package. What's interesting in this one is this one doesn't have any SSRCs being given. There's no free taxes, no reimbursements are going to be given for the road, for the construction, although some folks have approved that in the past. They're not getting a reduced rate unless they actually deliver on all the conditions. Out of fairness and consistency, we need to consider this. And even with offering the minimal incentive, they're still going to pay the same tax rate that you and I do. And it's a lot, and from what I understand, it's about $1.8 million to the schools at a minimum. One of the other things that concerned me was traffic, and some folks were saying, we don't need the traffic. We can't avoid the traffic. This building has 178 truck bays. What we can do is try to figure out what is the best use of the property. What is the best thing we can put here? And I do have some concerns, but this could be a massive warehouse and distribution. It could be a chemical plant. It could be anything and not even come before us. I do believe from what we've seen in the traffic studies that this proposal will be less tractor trailer trucks, less impact to the roads, less overall traffic than the alternative. And it will be primarily employees, our neighbors, our residents who will have a job here, working on shifts such that you can help control the traffic patterns to some extent. When it comes to the environmental, obviously DHEC and EPA control these permits. This is conditional upon those items. So I do support second reading. I think it would be very important. I think one of the good things that I'm hearing from the company is that they are going to go have a community meeting, and I encourage everyone to go ask the hard questions. We're going to continue to ask them. This is second reading. We still have third reading. I do think that's an olive branch to the community. I don't like how the information was submitted out to the community first. Here's a chance to fix that. Having said that, after listening to you all, I do want to have, and I don't know if folks are prepared to do that tonight, and we've got some other things that we need to handle, but I would like for management and legal to look into the liability issues that were raised here tonight. Is there anything else that can be done, bonding or insurance requirements? to address the liability issues. I want to address the indemnity question that was raised, any clawbacks and incentives for any violations. I do think we need to look into that, and I would like to have that information before third reading. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-3. All right. We're going to move now to old business. This is,
Can you take a 5-minute break?
I think we've got Secretary Hall here.
Oh, okay.
Y'all want,
How about 2 minutes?
let's take, seriously, guys, let's take 2 minutes. We do have some visitors here that need to get on the road. If folks need to take a restroom break. do. So if I can call us back to order, we're going to move now to old business, rezoning action. Consider second reading, case number 23-19, tax map number 618-00000565758, to rezone from RUD to LI 10.67 acres in District 5. Can we get a motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is deferred. Item number 2, council to consider third reading of an ordinance to amend section 30.32 of the York County Code of Ordinances, conduct of meetings, in order to amend subsections D and F to clarify the process and procedure relative to all requests for appearances and citizen concerns before council and use of the public forum portion of the agenda, to specify the parameters and requirements incident to all requests, to clarify the limitations imposed upon appearances, and to provide for an alternative section of the agenda in which to address council on a subject when an appearance or citizen concern may not be available or appropriate, to authorize county management to provide and periodically update as necessary a policy distilling the requirements set out herein relative to all appearances, public forum, and citizen concerns before council, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to the first item in new business. Council to consider adopting a proclamation of the York County Council stating its support for the construction of the Pennies for Progress SC 557 roadway improvements project number 11149-009, pursuant to the approved design plans referenced in the letter from South Carolina Department of Transportation, SCDOT, dated September 8th, 2022, authorizing the county to proceed to construction.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. At this time, though, what I would like to do, in this, barring any objection from council, I would like to welcome a guest who has been here our entire night and listened to our entire meeting. He's been very patient. Secretary Hall, who is with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, she is with us here tonight. I'd like to recognize you and certainly give you an opportunity to address the council if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council, County Manager, Mr. Husband. It's always a pleasure to spend a few moments with you this evening. I'm really impressed by the level of public engagement that you have at these council meetings. It's very impressive and something that I really haven't seen in other communities whenever issues have been brought forward for council. So I applaud you for all that. It's been a long discussion to get us to where we are today, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this on the agenda so that this issue can be flushed out into the sunlight and a decision hopefully rendered on this particular issue. As you know, and throughout this evening's comments, whether it was economic development project or otherwise, road projects are similar. They're very complex, sometimes difficult to navigate, and they do define a community. So a lot of the same themes that you all talked about with your economic development projects and questioning those. I can't overstate how important a road can define a community. I see it all over the state whenever I travel. And I do have the benefit of having that statewide perspective, but I see it more often on the tail end, after a project has started construction, after an elevation has been raised, after trees have been cut, after a retaining wall has been put in that the community questions the aesthetics of it and the purpose of it. Matter of fact, I was talking today with some folks where they were in a beautiful area of the state, a lot of trees around them, and now something's coming in that's actually raising the elevation 40 feet in that particular area. And the trees have been cut down, not just for this particular project, but it's the power lines and everything else that got relocated. I guess the ramifications of a decision and what that really meant on the ground, that the community was going to be facing. And so I would offer that you've got a similar situation here. I want to be clear that DOT nor anyone else, I haven't heard here tonight, no one say, including the DOT, as I'm going to say right here, is that we're not saying don't build the project. Okay, we do support the widening of 557. The question is, how are you going to, what is the defined details? How are you going to do it? Not should you do it, but how are you going to do it? And the details matter. They matter significantly, whether it's the things I just talked about, the elevations, how folks are going to access things, where the sidewalks, are the sidewalks complete? Is it compliant with DOT policies and changes on those fronts, those items? Retaining walls, maybe not on this particular project, but one of the common themes that I run into on a regular basis is a retaining wall being built in an area where, perhaps 5 to 10 years ago, it was more rural in nature, maybe the site hadn't been developed, and so a particular design was developed. That's engineering, technically correct. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it from a technical standpoint, but it just doesn't mesh with what's being proposed for that particular area today. The Pennies project is a project on the state system, hence the DOT's jurisdiction over the project. And we, as I said, we're very supportive of your Pennies program. It's delivered a lot of great projects throughout the years. We've shared a great partnership with the county on this particular project. But today you're at a decision point on this particular project. And that decision point has been a long time coming. And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I just would like to talk a little bit about the history of how we got here today. In early 2021, more than 2 years ago, I was contacted about this particular project. By the end of January of 2021, I came up here and I met with our county staff, your county staff, and some others, and talked about the project in general and some of the concerns that were being voiced. And in spring of 2022, we began talking about, well, what if some tweaks are done to the design? What would that mean? What would it cost? And so there was some concerns expressed by the county, and rightfully so, of, well, we don't really want to change the design because it's going to cost money to change the design. And so at that time, because I felt like DOT had really pushed the county to drain the pond based on some of our technical aspects. That's why the right-of-way is so large through that area. That's why so much of that property was bought. It was because the DOT initially said, well, we really don't want any dams in the right-of-way or anything like that, and we've got concerns and nobody can guarantee the stability. And so in other words, tremendously risk-averse organization basically said, well, you need to take the dam out. So now that we're coming back in and saying, can you look at maybe tweaking it or some changes that could be made, I felt like it was only responsible on our part to try to offer some funding to help precipitate a design revision. This was in 2022, spring of 2022. We go forward, not a whole lot changes, not a lot of dialogue back and forth, sort of a one-sided conversation. And then in March of 2023, after some requests for follow-up, we finally received some information from the county staff basically saying, well, we think we've got some items identified close to $850,000 worth of potential cost that we would like the DOT to help consider paying for. And of course, we were willing to continue entertaining that discussion, again, for the same reason I said earlier. We've always approached projects like these in a collaborative manner. We want to be good partners with our local government entities. And so when we feel like we can help, we're there to try to do that with the locals, whether it's funding, expertise, design, so forth and so on. But we really didn't make any progress, and it just felt like the conversation was very one-sided. And so that's what precipitated the April 17th time out, let's talk about this, let's get some other people involved to make sure that this is the county's will. That was April 17, 2023. On May the 8th, I came up and I had a meeting with the chair at that meeting, staff and others, and we talked about where we are, what's the potential path forward, what's the DOT willing to help with, what are we not willing to help with. You know, is there some common ground? Because at the end of the day, that's really what we were after. Is there a compromise? Realizing that neither party is going to get all that they want, but is there something, some minor tweaks that could be made that's reasonable and achievable that could still keep the project moving forward and maybe strike that right balance between the two entities? So following that, May the 8th meeting, didn't hear anything. May 25th, I reached out and said, County, who do I need to be talking with? Because I haven't heard back from you. Got an answer saying, talk to this person. We immediately reached out, and by the first part of June, our two staffs at that point in time were sitting down at the technical level talking about these alternatives and concepts, and is there a path, and if not, what are some other options, and can we assign schedule and cost components to that? Again, thinking, you know, we're working on this in a collaborative nature. That's what we were trying to do. By the end of June, some of these options kept coming forward. There's some dialogue back and forth. And by the end of June, it became apparent to me that there really wasn't much of an appetite to really take a serious look at any design changes. And so we offered, at no cost to the county, zero cost to the county, we offered to explore alternative designs ourselves. Provide us the files, we'll run some things, we'll do some alignments, we'll run some cross sections, we'll check all these things and just see, because at the time, we still didn't know if there really was a feasible option to kind of meet in the middle. Well, we got some files, but not all files. The most important files that we asked for, we never got. So we really couldn't do anything. So on July the 14th, there was some email traffic that went back and forth between myself and county leadership, and we talked about, you know, there's some options, just kind of looking at your design. There's some things in this design that you may want to consider. The curvature of the road, the elevation changes in the road, the design of the entrance to the subdivision is being moved, and we just felt like there were some opportunities there, regardless of the pond issue, that there were some other issues that if it were our project, if we were managing this project, that we would take a look at and probably make some refinements. Again, just trying to deliver the best project possible for the people, and a good project that could be built and staged effectively based on the plans. Long story short, after that point, really not a whole lot happened other than, you know, we just kept hearing council's will is this, council's will is that, we want to do this, we want to do that. But of course, we just asked that it be flushed out into the sunshine. And so hence, Madam Chair, today's discussion of you guys basically taking some sort of public position on this, because at the end of the day, the DOT, we feel like we've been trying to be good partners with you, but we've also been stuck in the middle between the warring factions on this particular issue. And so, as you know, we reinstated your permit at the end of July with the condition that you do have some sort of public dialogue to reaffirm council either wants to move forward with the project as currently designed, or if you're going to direct staff to go back and look at any kind of refinements. And that's really kind of where we are. I appreciate, Madam Chair, you engaging. I appreciate your county leadership. Mr. Husbeth and his team's been very helpful, and stand by for any questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I think what I'd like to do, since this isn't orthodox, this is something that council's not had to do before, I think what I'd like to do is allow management, if you want to respond at all, and then there's a motion on the table, which we will then let each council member have the opportunity to speak and address or do what they need to do. I think that's the most appropriate course of action. Is there anything you'd like to respond on?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll try and be brief, just cover some of our main points. Management does recommend that council approve the proclamation and move forward with the design as approved, as previously approved. We feel like the alignment has been fully vetted over the years. We've had multiple public information meetings, the most recent occurring February of 2019. We've had the project's been supported on 3 different referendums, and to date, the county has spent nearly $5 million for design, studies, right-of-way acquisition, and permitting. Part of that money was to purchase right-of-way for the specific purpose of draining the pond as instructed by DOT at the time. Currently, all design and right-of-way acquisition is complete. Project permits were issued by DOT in September of 2022, and then rescinded in April of 23. Currently, there is only one plan that's been fully designed. The alternative design suggested at this point is just a concept. We did consider a similar alignment, and admittedly things have changed since that time. We think those changes really make the alternative design even less preferable. But we did review similar alignments, multiple alignments, and rejected that in 2013. Management's carefully considered all options by DOT, including the options that were suggested since the since the permits were rescinded in April. And there are some advantages and disadvantages to everything that's been proposed, but staff does still feel like that the plan that has been designed and approved, was previously approved, is the best option. We feel confident in that. So we feel like we followed the established pennies process in approving this project. Council typically has a very limited and usually no role in alignment and design discussions for the projects. SCDOT approved this plan, and they were involved throughout the process. We have an intergovernmental agreement with the DOT that includes a process for dispute resolution. So if there's some disagreement on the alignment, then there's a process that is outlined that should be followed. I don't think that was followed in this case, but typically no public vote is required. Like I say, council has very limited input in the design and the alignment. We're voting tonight because DOT is requiring us to vote tonight. So that's what we have before us. Management still continues to recommend unconditional reinstatement of the permits that were issued so that we can begin bidding the project. All construction documents have been prepared. We're ready to advertise and ready to go to bid. Our opinion is that further study will result in unnecessary delays and additional costs for the project. So that's our statement.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'll hand it over to council. Want to make their comments?
You want me to start?
Whoever wants to go.
All right, yeah, we're not shy down here, so I'll start. All right, so I want to give some background first before I get into discussing this topic in detail. So this is not my district. I represent the 6th district, which is in Rock Hill. predominantly. So back in 1997, Carl Gullick was on York County Council, and Carl Gullick had the vision to pursue Pennies for Progress, and they successfully did in 1997. So we began building roads. Since then, we have had 3 other Pennies projects. So you've got Pennies Project of 1997. We were the first in the state, by the way, to have one of these projects. There are now, I think I read, 30 other projects, 30 other state counties doing this in the state of South Carolina. But anyway, 51% vote for the first county's project vote. Pennies Project 2003, 6 years later, 73% vote. But you know what happened between the first vote and the second vote? They decided that they want to take politics out of this decision, and they wanted to have a Pennies Commission deal with the roads issue, not county council. So Pennies 2 was decided by the voters. 73% voted for this project. Ironically enough, 557 was in Pennies 2 for a 3-lane expansion back in 2003. Now, I said you got 1997, 2003, 2011, and 2017. So why the gaps? Why the gaps? Why have we only had 4 since 1997? Because when you pass a Pennies project, you've got to get the work done. What does that mean? That means that you have to plan the project, you have to design the project, and then you have to go purchase right-of-ways. That all takes a lot of time, right? So Pennies 2011 rolled around, and the decision was made, because a lot of change had taken place in that area, no longer a 3-lane project, it's a 5-lane project now, okay, in 2011. So fast forward to 2017. In 2017, the 5-lane road was finally fully funded. So you kind of got the green light at that point from the planning and design perspective. I'm saying all this because I read a lot of emails that say, why are you rushing to make a decision? This is not a rush. It's not a rush from 2003, and it's not a rush to the members of this council that are sitting up here, okay? I'm just clarifying. We do read your emails, and I'm giving you feedback there. So 2017, we fully funded. Then we took the next 2.5 years to purchase right-of-ways at a total of $1.5 million, total investment of county taxpayers' dollars, which I, for one, are going to look out for your taxpayers' dollars, okay? $5 million we invested in this road so far. That's not including the wages of our staff that worked on this project. This is money spent, excluding wages to our staff, and the time spent to get this project to where it had gotten to in 2017. Then in 2021, the Lake Wylie tax district bought the Van Avery property. Hold on, let me back up. 2019, part of the $1.5 million in right-of-way purchases, the county had to spend $550,000 with the Van Avery family, taxpayers' dollars, York County taxpayers' dollars. We spent $550,000 to buy 11 acres of land and pay damages for taking, when the road is expanded, pay damages to replace their iron gate, their columns at the entrance to their property, removal of the dam, and the loss of the pond. We paid, you the taxpayers paid for that to the Van Avery family. That's in 2019. In 2021, Lake Wylie, and I'm not opposed to parks, I'm a proponent of parks. York County needs more parks. It's great for our culture. It's great for companies that are trying to come into York County. It's attractive, right? I support parks. So 2021, the Lake Wylie Tax District bought the Van Avery property knowing that they didn't have the 11 acres that were there previously, knowing the pond was lost, and knowing the pond would not be there. Why? Why was this route chosen? Because for the last 20 years, due diligence was done with the Army Corps of Engineers to know and understand where you could put this road. if you haven't, I wish I'd asked Karen to pull this up today, but there are streams on the left and the right side of 557. Water running. So it didn't happen further if you're heading, I guess, east on 557. The road was not proposed to the left because the Army Corps of Engineers didn't approve it. We could tweak the road. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So if you look at this road, you'll see the green area in kind of the middle. That's the pond. So there's a dam to the right of the green area that is going to be lost, which means you got to lose the pond. Because you have to have a dam if you're going to have a road beside a pond, right? So this was known in 2019, because that's when we bought it. We paid damages to buy it. And then in 2021, Lake Valley bought the land knowing the pond wasn't going to be there. So quite frankly, really, the pond was never an issue, I don't think. I apologize to people that thought it was, but I don't think it was. Now, if you look to the left of the green, and I see the Camburn neighborhood to the left, and so it was brought up that maybe Camburn had opposition to the road. Camburn has no opposition to the road. Unanimously, the HOA and the members of the community, look, I'm just trying to share the facts. I'm not showing partiality. I'm just trying to share what I see as the facts. Camburn is in favor of proceeding with the road, as a lot of people that have sent us all emails. On this graph here, there is a house. It's called the Riddle House. The Riddle House is eligible to be a historic home. When you are eligible or you are historic property, without permission, and it's very difficult for anybody to encroach on that property. For this road design to change, remember, we spent $5 million of taxpayers' dollars so far. We're going to go back through the planning process. We're going to go back through the design process. We're going to have to purchase right-of-ways, which I'm not in favor of. And there's no guarantee that we go this path to attempt to do this, that it's going to be approved. The Army Corps of Engineers may say what they said in the beginning. It's not going to work. I want to go back to the house. It would be very difficult, so I've been told, to move the road up. When you look in this down, when you look in the, see the curve at the bottom of the green screen, the road would actually, where we took the bend, no, we didn't, South Carolina DOT is improving the road to take the curve out of the road. Down at the bottom, you would actually have to run the road up and create a curve going uphill, I've been told, okay? But it has to go through this historic property, which is highly unlikely that's going to happen, right? And we're going to have to buy right-of-way. So we've already spent $5 million of taxpayers' money. Let's just say we spend another $5 million. That's $10 million to move a road. The delay. So here's the other piece. This is a 2.1, my understanding is a 2.1 mile stretch. When this is completed, in pennies 4, the taxpayers of York County who voted in pennies 4, actually, it's not on the website what percentage of the voters approved, but it was 82% in 2011, and I'm guessing it was 80% or so in the fourth pennies project. But anyway, from where this road construction project stops, it is going to be paved 4 more miles from 5 lanes to 3 lanes down to Highway 55. So these are 2 projects actually, not just one. So it was mentioned earlier that we're looking out for your taxpayers' dollars. And I'm telling you, whether it's in the 6th district or it's any other district, I'm going to vote what's best for York County, and I'm going to vote what's best for the use of our tax dollars. Thank you.
Mr. Roddy.
I don't think I have much to add. Thank you, Watts, for taking us down memory lane on this project and updating us. I'm familiar with projects taking a long time. In 1997, Highway 72 was on the original Pennies for Progress. In 97, it didn't get paved until I got on council in 2011 because it was underfunded. There was no money to fund it. So we had to work with state agencies, federal, pulling money, making loans from the general fund or wherever it had to come from to fund the road. So these projects do take time. One thing that did change over the years is that if a project is not fully funded, then it goes to the top of the next pennies for progress list. That's one of the good things that have come over the years, that in trying to be fair and equitable to all the taxpayers, if we make a commitment to do a road, granted 20 years later, we're gonna do this road. I will give in to the fact that, imagine the Pennies Committee in 2003 thinking enough to do this road, and here we are now 20 years later, they were spot on that this road, something needed to be done to this road. It went from a 3-lane then now to a 5-lane now. Some things in the area have changed. I can empathize with some people in the area saying, well, this was done in 2003, but some changes have been made to the plan. We got schools in the area, we got residential in the area, but it still doesn't discount the fact that this project has been sitting for 20 years. Kind of shameful it's taking this long to get there, but we're following through on a commitment to do it. And I think now, I hate to even ask the question, what did this project cost in 2003? Because we're way beyond that. Any more delays is going to cost us more money. Things are only going to get more expensive over time. We didn't own the Van Avery property originally. Now we do. So how do we balance paying for right-of-way on a piece of property, now turn around buying that piece of property, now trying to save part of that property? We're spending taxpayer dollars. And nothing that any of us up here hate more than anything is just continuously spending money. It's not my district, but I owe it to every taxpayer in this county to be penny wise, to spend money, spend taxpayer money in the best manner. Yeah, we own the Van Avery property. We can move the pond, still have a pond on the property, even if this road is built the way it is now. I don't think we lose anything if we move the pond. We actually save time. We save money if we move the pond. The property still will have a pond. It just won't be in the exact same location, maybe over how many ever feet, but I think in the best interest of time, the best interest of money, I say we move forward with what we got to deal with. Like I said earlier, we only can deal with the situation and circumstance that we know of right now. We don't know if this new design will even get approved. That's time, that's money, and that's speculation of will another design work? How much is that going to cost us? Well, if it was my district, I'd be wanting to get it done as fast as possible, cheap as possible. Without any more delays, I'll support the proclamation to move forward with what we got right now to get this thing behind us, because the next pennies is coming around. We already have a pennies commission working on new roads, new projects. When things go on for 20 years in local government, kind of gets a black eye over a certain period of time. So I'm ready to move forward. You know, we've been on this Save the Pond mission for several months now, over a year, however it is. But sometimes we gotta accept things for what they are and move on. And I know, and I'll go on the record, Allison has fought tirelessly over the years to represent her district. She do a hell of a job of doing it. But I think it's time to just move on from it. I think she's done an admirable job. However you feel about the pond, however you feel about the road, you should feel good about your representative. I'm done.
Ms. Love.
You ready? Okay.
I'm ready. First of all, I think there's been a lot. You both spelled it out very well, and I think the timeline was very well needed as we talk through this. You know, at the end of the day, when you talk about something that takes 20 years, I look at something that takes 2 years, okay? And the impact of a 2-year delay. Right now, 2 years ago, we could pay 1 mile of road for $420,000. It costs us over $800,000 to pave that same 1 mile of road. The cost impact has been brutal on all of our projects along the lines. When you look at a project such as this, you know, you see the growth in the area as you move forward. This was needed 20 years ago, all right? You've got exponentially more growth and more schools out there, so that means that you have a bigger desire to have something of this design that doesn't have the impact of that curve as it is before, but a much smoother curve and more lanes. At the end of the day, y'all waited 20 years on this thing. Your time has come on this. Again, it's about taxpayer money when it comes down to this thing. Again, I do applaud Allison for her hard work on this. As we move forward with this thing, I will be supporting this tonight. I think it's time to move forward.
Well, I'll be supporting us moving on with the project. For one reason, being on the farm and knowing when they come by in the widen roads, I mean, it's happened to a lot of different ones in our farms and on 161. So I don't want it to show just because that become a park and all that we treat any of that any different than we do our normal citizens, because I would lose acreage if they needed to run, you know, widen the road. And plus, I have a daughter that teaches up there, and she has told me how unsafe it is and the vast problems that they have. So I say we move forward too.
Okay. I have a lot of concern about this, and I just can't even believe that this thing has gone on for 20 years. Yes, I can believe it, because 21 has gone on. I mean, years and years ago, we were promised that 21 was going to be expanded. And we said, well, it'll be a parking lot before it gets expanded, which is almost there now. But anyway, so just the fact, I'm trying to look at this from having served on Planning Commission, and if I was looking at this, your subdivision, which is, I've been to it, it's a beautiful subdivision. I would probably not even have voted for your subdivision with the problem of the roads and everything, because where I'm coming from is the fact that you've got school buses and you guys going to work are going to have to come out on that 5 lanes, and most people are going to come out and turn left, I'm guessing, and you're going to have to cross over those lanes, which according to what we've been told time and time again, it's very dangerous. The road's very dangerous with the curves, and so even though it's kind of straightened out, I'm assuming the speed limit's going to be 55 through there. We all know that when it does get straightened out, it will not, people will be going 65 to 70 miles an hour through there during rush hour. So I do worry about the children, the school buses, and you guys pulling out there. I know that there have been a lot of changes in the area, period, in 20 years. I would love to have seen kind of a reevaluation of the whole area. I know that I'm saying that would be spending more taxpayer money, and I don't want to do that, but I also don't want to hear you guys come back after it's done and go, well, we need this, we need that, it's not working, we need to tweak it. And the other thing is, once the time span from going to add that other part of the expansion that needs to be done to 55, there will be a time lapse there. And having to deal with 77 and 21 every single day, going from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes, it is a nightmare. And that is going to be something you're going to be faced with. So just, I mean, I'm just warning you, that's what you're going to be faced with. You're going to go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, or 2 lanes to 4 lanes. It's going to be a huge traffic impact. So maybe you're not going to go 65 because you're going to be sitting in traffic. That's what I'll say.
Please make sure that we hold our comments. Thank you, Ms. Cloninger. Ms. Love, I'm just hearing murmurings. You ready?
So in 2003, taxpayers, District 2, countywide, specifically District 2, and on this project, committed their tax dollars to 1 penny at a time to Pennies for Progress for the widening of 557. I'm sorry. In 2020, the taxpayers committed their tax dollars to saving green spaces and creating fun places in the Bethel Lake Wylie area. 3 years later, here we are in a room full of differing opinions and people holding up signs, in case you hadn't noticed. This has been an ongoing engagement between elected officials, both state and county, York County and SCDOT, and ultimately between residents who in good faith agreed to fund 2 great projects in our own backyard. As I see it, my job is to take what we've been dealt and make it the best that it can be. I'm probably wasting my time to even say anything else. But I will tell you this, I am very glad that the money that the Bethel Lake Wylie Preservation Park District had to spend on green space has been spent. That effort passed with over 65% of the voters in favor in Lake Wylie. I believe the pond on the 87-acre green space that we call Wood End Farm is worthy of consideration. When we bought that property, we did know a lot about that property. And we knew that that right-of-way had been purchased. But I also had a lot of confidence in York County as a whole, because remember, I was doing this for the people of York County, for York County, and I had a lot of confidence in a council at that time who I felt would support parks, green space. We've ventured off into Parks and Rec. We bought 1,900 acres down in District 5. We've saved 155 acres in just specifically in the Bethel Lake Wylie area, which is only half of my district. That pond is not a frog pond, as it's been named. It is a small pond full of bass struggling for quality of life in an overcrowded water, reflecting a way of life for all of us in Lake Wylie, because we're all just little fish, but we're struggling for quality of life, just like these little fish are. And I know y'all think that's silly, and that's okay. The emails that we got, they weren't all that same message. Probably half of the emails were in favor of the best outcome possible. Taxpayers in the Bethel Lake Wylie area funded the $4.3 million acreage. The Conservation Bank of South Carolina saw this as a great preservation effort and awarded us $1 million. You worried about spending $500,000. I went to the Conservation Bank and got us $1 million. We've offset that little cost of $500,000. To build a new pond, $500, a guesstimate, because the county hasn't really looked into it, $500,000 to $600,000 to move the pond. So is this council at a future date going to vote to move the pond? Probably not. Secretary Hall of SCDOT called the pond a community asset. She's right. The Highway 557 Pennies for Progress project is a 2.1-mile stretch of roadway that was destined to be widened 20 years ago. This widening of 557, it is necessary due to the impact of rezonings approved by former councils. Lake Wylie struggles to have an identity other than that of a bedroom community of Gaston and Mecklenburg counties. Our little slice of heaven has been negatively impacted in so many ways over the years. Before I got on this council, every rezoning was approved by county council. So when you're sitting in traffic, that's why. Because nobody looked ahead. Nobody had a vision for our area. And certainly today, I question, honestly, if there's any vision for green space. We've got a whole parks department, but I don't believe we've got a council or management that supports that. Talk about a waste of taxpayer dollars. Tonight, I ask that we, as neighbors, make an effort to unite in a positive approach to accomplishing what we need without undoing some of the most recent steps in the right direction. I ask that you, my fellow council members, reconsider what you've said already, acknowledge the need for both the pond at Wood End Farm and the value, both the need and the value of that, and the widening of Highway 557 that allows for the best outcome for everyone. You've said it's not your district, and you're right about that. It's my district, and it's, excuse me?
No, we're not going to have comments.
It's my district, and it's my people, and I love my people. Even these people. I love these people, and I want to do exactly what's right for you. I would love to have all of you think, gosh, Allison, she is looking out for us. I don't think anybody's ever going to score 100%, but I'm going to try my darndest to score 100% with you. If ever there was a balancing act needed, it's now. That was what I originally wanted to say to you tonight, but I'm going to add a couple of things to that. Process, policy, and politics. That's what this is about. The bureaucracy of government is the most disappointing thing I've ever experienced. And ultimately, who's left out are you, the people. You know, you may get your way tonight, but you know what? The next time, you may be sitting on this side of the room and you might not get your way. And that's where representation comes in. So it's not about a political effort. It's about representation and me doing what I feel like is the very best thing. I've put in over 40 hours a week working for you. And you're not going to always agree with me. But I'll tell you this, I do my homework, and I always do what I feel like is best for the majority. And when it comes to county management and this council, it's not always going to be a win. It's not always going to be a win for me. It's not always going to be a win for you. Might be a win for part of you. Might not be a win for anybody in District 2 sometimes. I'm not going to waste any more breath, and I'm not going to waste any more time or effort in trying to convince you that we had an opportunity to look at this. When the people in Camburn, I went door to door. You know, Gary, I was sweating like crazy that night, knocking on doors, trying to tell the people of Camburn, look what's coming. And somebody stood up tonight and said, they're not going to raise Amanda, they're not going to raise that 20 feet. That's not going to happen. I don't know who said it. But Secretary Hall can confirm for you that they are going to raise that road 20 feet. And it's going to take 11,000 dump trucks to bring the dirt in to do it. So don't try to fool anybody and act like you're in favor of public safety, because 11,000 dump trucks is about the most dangerous thing I've ever heard of. And not only that, but the impact on our roads, all of the little roads, Kingsbury, Parham, all of the cut-through roads that you complain now about having concrete trucks on, wait till you see what 11,000 dump trucks looks like over the period of time that it's going to take them to deliver and build that road up. And I do have a couple questions I'd like to ask Secretary Hall. I'm just going on record tonight in saying that I don't feel like this is the best thing for all of you, for all of District 2. And maybe we get a couple years down the road and it's the best thing ever. Maybe we get a couple years down the road and it's the worst thing ever. I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I know that road plans have changed for less than the reasons that I have on my paper tonight. Pole Branch Road went from 5 lanes to 3. This road's gone from 3 lanes to 5. And what we are creating is a staging area for traffic. It has nowhere to go on either end. One end is Highway 49, and the other end is a 2-lane Highway 55. And it's going to be a long time before that other part opens up. And you know what? It's always going to be 2 lanes. It's not going to open up. Maybe it will change. I don't know. Maybe it will change. But it's not, right now it's slated to be 2 lanes. So what we're looking at tonight is 2.1 miles of a 5-lane road with a bottleneck on each end. So if you want to live in a wine bottle, that's what we're going to have. I don't think it's going to be pleasant. I don't think you're going to like it once the construction starts. Secretary Hall, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I
Oh,
really,
you don't want me to ask her a question?
well, none of the other council has done that, and I think that
Or maybe they didn't have any questions. I don't know. But that's okay. It's not, you know what? It's okay.
can you share the information without us having
No,
to
I was
engage?
going to ask a question, but that's okay. It's okay. I don't believe it's going to make a difference. If I did, I would insist, but I'm not going to insist. I'm just going on record tonight to let you know that I am so disappointed. I'm very disappointed. And I'm going to tell you something else tonight. The majority of people who stood up and spoke are the same people who have opposed every single thing that I've said and done for the last 18 months. And that's even more concerning. And they can shake their heads and they can snicker all they want. But I work really hard for them too. And I'm not going to stop working for them. And they can hold up their "that's a lie" posters, and that's okay, because in the end, we'll all know. And maybe we can get together again and have a picnic or something over at the little pond. Talk about where we are tonight and where we are in a couple years. Thank you for allowing Secretary Hall to come. I think she had some invaluable information. And I think that one of the most important things we can do as a county is partner and work collaboratively with SCDOT and other entities. And I don't feel that we've done that. I really don't feel that we've done that. So that's a big disappointment to me. I spent a lot of time vetting, doing homework, and I sent all of council an email today, and I'll let you know that the last time I was this determined, which I'm not determined at this point. I am, but for something else. But the last time that I fought to not have a road connected in the Lake Wylie area was a few years ago when we had a different planning director who dug her heels in and wouldn't listen to the neighbors, wouldn't listen to me, because she thought she had the best idea. And that road was connected, and it was the worst idea. Later, she left, we got a new planning director. He's now our county manager. And when he got here, the planning staff told him that, don't listen to Allison Love because she's crazy. And maybe I am, to sit here and take what I take. But he decided to drive out to look at that connection after the worst flood and the worst flood and the worst impact to Lake Wylie could have ever happened in Lake Wylie happened. Worse than anything that any of us ever could have imagined. And he went out there and he looked at it. And David, you want to tell him what you said? You correct me if I'm wrong. This connection should never have happened. That planning director is gone. We have a new planning director. That county manager's gone. We've got a new county manager. But what remains is the fact that there was an opportunity and we didn't take it. And what happened because heels were dug in. And I believe that heels are dug in now. And when you leave out of the policy and all those P's, pennies for progress, PFP, you got policy, you got procedure, you got all that. The two things that we've left out as a county are people and preference. So send this sucker out to bid. Let's find out where we are. And I apologize to those folks in Lake Wylie who will be calling me because they have no idea we're having these conversations. There's no newspaper. There's no way to get in touch with everybody without walking door to door. There's no way. There are so many people in District 2 that have no idea that this is even happening. And guess who's going to take the calls when those trucks start lining up in your way? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Love. I support green space. I think our council and our county management supports green space. I agree 100% with Ms. Love that our relationship with Secretary Hall and with DOT is very important. I value it. I want to continue it. Pennies for Progress has been a pilot program that York County started, and it has done a tremendous amount of good in our community, and I'm thankful for all of the good that it has done. For me, we have to honor what the voters have chosen, and I do think that it's dangerous precedent for us to vote on this at all. There's an MOU between the county and DOT that provides a mechanism to deal with design disputes. 3 times the citizens have voted on this, both in Pennies 2, 3, and 4. This is the only design plan that was approved a year ago in September of last year. And after all of the discussion, there simply is no other viable alternative that doesn't present a host of downsides that we can't predict, including right-of-way acquisition, cost more time, cost delay, and not even any assurance that that we would get the Army Corps permits as well. So with that, I will support the proclamation, but I do want to reiterate, we are so blessed in this county. Pennies for Progress is a huge benefit to our community, and our partnership with DOT is what makes that happen, and that's what we've got to come together to continue. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-2. We move now to item number 2 in new business. Council to approve award regarding bid number 2882 for improvements to Ebenezer Park Phase 2 to the lowest and responsible bidder.
Motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Mr. Roddy. Hey, you guys.
I just want to go on record real quick to say that we've made some tremendous improvements out at Ebenezer Park, going back starting, I think it was 2018 started that phase one. As we continue to make improvements, I think if we're not adding more parking space to be more accommodating to visitors, we're just enhancing the problem, because the more beautification we do to that park, the more popular it's gonna get, and we've been having to turn people away. And so I like to see us starting to acquire some neighboring property so that we can expand at least the parking areas. Because obviously on our big holidays and several times throughout the year, we're having to turn people away. We had an issue with people parking alongside the road in neighborhoods. And here we are finna spend another, what is it, $6 million? $7 million? You know, we're making improvements, but yet still we're turning people away from the park. I like to see something come to us if we have to buy some property to expand the area that we can be more accommodating, because let's face it, what's the use of continuing to make improvement if we can't get more people into the park? I was on the committee back, I think it was in 2018, that started some of the current renovations, but we're still bound by the limitations of how big the park is and how many people we can let in the park. So I hope, we know this is not going to allow more people in the park, as far as I've been told anyway, but just wanted to put that out there. We need more space, because it's a very popular space, and I hate to continuously spending money and turning people away to utilize the park.
Mr.
Just
Huckabee.
a quick comment. So back in June, we actually had a neighborhood meeting out at the park, so that the neighborhood would be aware of what was going on. So I want to thank Mike Moore and his staff, the park staff, for going out and taking the questions, going back and digesting what they said, making some quick decisions on some issues we were having that proved to be extremely beneficial literally the next weekend. And then they just had a follow-up meeting last week with the neighborhood, and I think we're on go to move forward. And the neighborhood pretty much is on board too, so thank you for what you're doing.
Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Mr.
just,
Audette?
yeah, real quick. You know, this park, we actually spent time at this park last week, and the ability for our local people to enjoy that park is phenomenal. I think this also gives us an opportunity to really start marketing our other parks too, because, you know, when we have Allison Creek that just opened, we've got other parks coming online. We've got 5Ks that are going to be happening at certain locations. The more we advertise, the more we can spread out the people, be able to enjoy these parks. We got a lot to offer, and I think it's really proofs in the pudding with Ebenezer and the outcome of what we're seeing there, so, good.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We do have to go back to item number 11 and consent council to consider authorization of a venue agreement at Ebenezer Park to film an episode of Road Trip America. Mr. Roddy?
Move to approve.
Second.
I wanted to have this pulled out of consent, because as I was reading through it, you know, we're always talking about we need to do a better job of telling our story of what's going on in our community. And here we are having a TV show that's going to be filmed out at Ebenezer Park. And if we'd have left it in consent agenda, maybe you guys would never even knew this was about to happen. You know, how many times have you been changing the channel on TV and you see Rock Hill Sports and Event Center where there's a cornhole tournament? It's like, hey, that's Rock Hill. You know, hey, that's something going on in Fort Mill, wherever it's going on. If you recognize it, especially around here, we don't have too many opportunities where TV shows come in our backyard and capture anything that we're doing. So whenever TV crews are coming, we want to let the general public know that, hey, this is happening. This is why people think this area in our community is so special. That, and the TV show is Road Trip America. I'm sure some of you guys have probably seen it. Gordon Ramsay and Gino and Fred, whatever. You know, this is a big deal. And I think we need to capitalize to let our public know this is coming in our backyard. I don't think we have an exact date, but they're wanting to use our facility to showcase what we have here that's obviously making us such a great community. And here we are spending another $7 million on Ebenezer Park. So hopefully when they come do their thing this year, once we have these new improvements, they'll come back in the very near future and do another another episode or whatever they're gonna do. So just wanted to make sure we put that out in the atmosphere that this is going on right here.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to committee and other reports, finance and operations. Chairwoman Allison Love.
So the Finance and Operations Committee meeting met this afternoon at 5:30. Present were Councilmember Tom Audette and Tommy Atkins. So the first thing that we did was to consider applications for service for the following. I'll just read what the committee or board is and who we have made a recommendation for. First is the Rock Hill York County Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we made the recommendation for Elizabeth Bowers for the vacant District 7 seat. The York County Library Board, the District 2 vacant seat, we recommend Susan Pining. The vacant District 5 seat, Timothy Steele. The vacant District 7 seat, Dennis Getter. Zoning Board of Appeals, we made the recommendation to appoint Ashley Shameen for a first term. That will be District 7. The Veterans Memorial Park Advisory Committee made the recommendation for an at-large seat, and that would be the appointment of Robert Jones for a first term. Rock Hill York County Airport Commission, we made the recommendation for Thomas DeBrule for a first term at-large. And lastly, the Board of Assessment Appeals, the recommendation for the District 3 appointee will be Cheryl Sige, S-I-G-E. I don't know how you pronounce that, but we'll soon find that out when we swear her in, I think. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
oh, we had an update, a finance update, and all is well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Quick question. So these were district appointments. So did the council member make the recommendation for each one of these appointments?
The Finance and Operation Committee makes the appointments, but if you have someone in your district that you are, like, you've asked them to run or they've been interested, then you just reach out to somebody on that committee, and generally those districts follow that.
So to be specific.
It's a recommendation.
So to be specific.
We still have somebody who wants to do a citizen concern.
Right,
so
the library board specifically, did that council member suggest this person to finance for the library board?
Well,
After all we went through.
One of them was
Yes.
my appointee, so yes.
Okay,
And-
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Citizen concerns, Mary Williams to address council regarding Highway 57 and Bethel Lake Wiley Preservation Park District.
Do I need to say my name and address again?
Probably. That's a good
Okay.
idea.
Mary Williams, 313 Squirrel Lane, Lake Wiley, South Carolina. I sure didn't think, this is so much more relaxing because I have 10 minutes and not limited to 2, even though I didn't use the 2 last time. But I sure didn't think when I came up here the second time today that I'd be talking about Save the Dam still. And yet I am. And I'm going to tell you why. Can you bring that map back up that we had just a little while ago, please? Because this is a map that actually Mr. Suskin showed to me when I met with him last week. And we talked about it quite a bit. And you guys can see it up close, right? It's not out in front of you. So one of the things that caught my eye after studying it a long time, actually, and talking about where everything is look at that how the line juts into the pond. Can you all see that? The red line, so the red line is the right-of-way, okay? And all of a sudden, it juts into the pond and goes straight across and cuts the pond out and then goes back out. And I'm like, what the dickens? How is that happening, Mr. Suskin? So he went back to Mr. Hamilton, and Mr. Hamilton said, well, that's to save the dam. Well, what are we saving the dam for? Well, that's because SCDOT requires that dam to be gone now because of the flooding from 2015 in Columbia. Well, Mr. Suskin, can you ask Mr. Hamilton, what happens if that right-of-way, that line goes straight? He says, you save the dam. Now, that's just smart thinking. It's going to save money, it's going to save the dam, and this issue goes away. Now, why can't people think that way? Miss Cox, we got to have our green dots on. You got to be thinking. You got to be thinking on your feet. You got to think about not, removing roadblocks. Mr. Hudspeth, those are your people. Remove that red line, save the dam, just reevaluate. Will we get flooding? We're going to be 20 feet up again. There's
Ms.
some people
Williams,
that don't believe that.
I don't mind if you call me out, but please don't call, I want to
I
make
said
sure you
Mr.
don't.
Hudspeth.
I know, when you call out the rest of it, we also
I've been
can't.
I've been trying to say
back.
Mrs. I've been trying to say
No, that's
Mr. and
fine.
Mrs.
That's fine.
I just slipped up on you.
Nope, that's fine. You can-
Okay.
I
I'm
can
trying.
deal with it. I just want to make sure I'm consistent.
I know the rules. I've broken them too many times. So anyways, my request now is for y'all to put on your walking around good sense shoes, Mr. Hudspeth. Talk to your people about straightening that line and saving the gosh darn pond, and maybe saving money, and maybe even taking the saved money, creating a tunnel under the 20-foot berm so that the kids at Camden can come and go fishing in the pond. Why not? Don't look at me like that. I'm asking you a real question. I'm asking this to be real consideration. Why not? Okay. So I'm not sure there's an answer to why not. My second reason I'm here is even more passionate for me. In the COVID summer of 2020, a team of volunteers, Allison led, I was second in command, we had about 40 of us, and we canvassed the neighborhoods that are in the special Bethel Lake Wiley Tax District. And we had, in 30 days, we had to get 3,200 signatures on about to be able to get the referendum on the ballots to create the special tax district. Well, we got 3,596 signatures in 3 days. They were vetted. We were able to get our tax district onto the ballot come November 3rd. So that's just one thing, you get it on the ballot. Come November 3rd, 2020, that was kind of a big election. This vote was approved by 10,120 votes of the special tax district residents. You said 65, it's 67, Ms. Love, okay, of the voters approved for this special tax district. Now, fast forward to August 9th, everything's going great. We've got the Naked Goat Market, we've got Wooden Farm, we're having great events, we're having community events. We never had a community to have community events, and now we do. And now the community events have been halted. There was and I'm very concerned about this, but there was a letter that said that my friends who were here earlier today, who were on the board, had not been doing their jobs as volunteers. And that they were even accused of misusing funds. And that is not true. This letter came out, and I don't know if you guys got it or who got it, and within minutes, it ends up in the news. It's in the newspaper, the Piedmont whatever it is, Rock Hill thing. How in the heck did these disparaging remarks against my friends, our volunteers, our board members who have worked very, very hard over the years end up within minutes and in the news? Something's rotten in Denmark there. So what I'd like to do is, may I introduce a guest? She's one of the vendors for the events.
You have 4 minutes.
Okay, it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we're trying to do is try and let you all know the impact of canceling these events on our community and on our vendors. Can you come on up here, please? Because this is one of my favorite vendors. I tracked her down. I buy her cheese straws every time she's there. They're the best in town. Come on, introduce yourself. You probably have to say your name and address.
I will. I'm Robin Currants, 1919 Lincoln Road, York. Thank you for the opportunity. I will make this very brief. Mine are all bullet points. I'm the owner of Lincoln Road Farms Baked Goods. I'm here to speak about the Naked Goat event in a very positive manner, completely from a positive standpoint. One of the things that excited me about that event is that it was on land that was in my extended family. I had nothing to do with the purchase, not part of my family at all, but my extended family. But so there is a connection there that I enjoyed for many years. It's an opportunity to expand my small business. A major part of my income comes from going to markets. It also supports local and county coffers because not only do I pay sales tax to the county, to the entities in the county, but I also make lots of purchases in the neighboring towns. And most important, though, I think, is what Mary has talked about, is the community sense that it has built into that area, bringing back some of that sense of community for the Lake Wylie-Bethel area. With all the rapid growth that we've had over there, and I've seen it all because my father was from that community, so I've seen all of it. Having something that brings community is a wonderful thing. And the Naked Goat event, the thing I love the most about it, not the fact that I get to go there and perhaps make some money, is that children can play, people can listen to music, they don't have to buy anything. There are food trucks there if you want to, there are vendors there if you want to, but you can kick back and have a family atmosphere when you're surrounded by housing development and traffic going by, but you can still come in and enjoy that sense of community. So my only reason for being here tonight is just to say if there's an opportunity to support those kind of events wherever they are in this county, I would ask you to do that, and I thank you for having supported them before. Thank you.
Okay, 146 is left. I'm going to use it all up, Ms. Cox.
You go right ahead.
So my request tonight, when I'm asking you to be a green dot on this, is to find a way to reinstate getting those events back on track. Now, I know they've been canceled. August is under the rug right now, but I'd like to find a way for us to green light those events to come back. I am offering myself as a volunteer to be work with the rec park staff that you have and anybody else you need in order to get the September and October events back on track so we could have them for our vendors and for our community. It's so important. And I would say that we could potentially use the recreation park processes as a means for us to start. How do they vet vendors? How do they arrange to get the vendors there? And why can we not figure a way to get moving on this? I know it takes time to, as Karen has told me, we have to backfill the positions, the jobs have to post for 60 days, but let's try and keep our events and our community moving forward over that period of time. I'm offering my free assistance to work with your team, Mr. Hudspeth, and anybody else that I need to get these next two events going, because they are the only part of community we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We move now to council member new non-agenda comments.
I think y'all burnt me out tonight. I just want to go on record to say that,
Nope, we didn't.
You didn't. I'm extremely tired. I got to be working. I just want to go on the record to say the last several months we've had some very contentious issues come before this council in our community. I just hope and pray that when we leave these chambers as citizens and certainly as council members, that they don't divide us. We got to find a common ground somewhere because, like I said, there are no winners and losers. There's some that's a little more favorable than others. But we got to live here. And I think it's a true testament to what we have as a community that people still want to move here. And it's not because of us, our decision making. It's because of the community that we have. And not everybody's going to be on the prevailing side. You may be on the prevailing side today, maybe on the other side tomorrow. But when you leave here, you're going to see everybody at the Walmart, at the Harris Teeter, at the food lines. I hope we're all still speaking in neighborly because some of us live in the same neighborhood, but just on the other side of the issues. But that's the beauty of this. This is not a everybody has to agree world. If it was, we wouldn't be no need for council, wouldn't be no need for mayors. Everything would just move right along. But please, ma'am, please, sir, remember, we all live here together. Let's make it the best that we can make it. And we gotta live with the decisions that this council makes and the ones that affect our community. Because we want the best for everybody. And it's just unfortunate that there has to be a good side and not so good side. I'm trying to get away from the wins and the losses, but we all live here. And we are very passionate about whatever side of the fence that we're on. But let's keep that in mind because it is so important that we get along once we leave out this chamber. I think the most contentious part is not out there, sometimes it's up here. But we still have to come back the next week. We still make the phone calls. We still sit down in the same room. If we can do it, I know certainly members of the community can do it also, so keep that in mind.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Huckabee?
Yes, ma'am. Karen, can you pull a slide up, please? I'll be very quick. So I chair the Health and Environmental Protection Committee along with Councilman Audette and Roddy. And so we had some meetings this past year to talk about retiree health insurance coverage. So let me share a couple things very quickly. It might benefit council as well. I'm getting phone calls and I'm getting emails from pre-65 retirees. So I thought I'd take a minute and explain why we're getting those phone calls and emails if you're getting them. So there are three groups of people that receive benefits from York County. We have our full-time employees that are actively working. We have those that qualified for retiree health insurance coverage, but they're not yet 65. They're no longer working here, and they're not yet 65. And then we have our 65 and older retired employees that receive a benefit. I want to talk about the pre-65 for 1 minute. And so staff sent me this graph, and it really put together what I wanted to share pretty quickly. If you can see it, those of us on council can see it in front of us, especially with the eyes I have. Can't see that behind me. So what we've done is we put these premiums together from 2018 until 2024. The top line you see, the pre-65 retirees for the retiree only, $708.96. That was the premium in 2018. So let's back up. In November of 2014, council decided they were going to impose a new premium for pre-65 employees. So in 2018, this is just the graph that we pulled together. It probably should have gone back to 2015, but these are the premiums, $708.96. Look below it, and you see the employee-only premium for the York County portion, $675. Now look straight across the screen, and you see it's $675 every year, right? That means that's what council decided in 2014 they were going to allocate to pre-65 employees' health insurance premiums, $675 a month. Also a benefit for employee spouse, employee child, and full family coverage. This is the amount of money that they're allocating. It's consistent from the county, $675 every year. Now, think about this for a minute. I explained this to somebody last week and somebody else this week. Think about the employees the county has. The county has employees that might range from 18 years of age to 64 years of age, right? But there are a variety of employees. So if you look at the active employees premium in 2018, go down, see where it says active employees, employee only $472. And you say, well, why is the active employee rate less than the pre-65 employee rate? Why is this one $472 and this one's $675? Because the average age of the pre-65 employees is higher than the average age of the employees that work for the county. So that rate is going to be higher. So the county established a rate. Council, I guess, with recommendation of the county, don't quote me on that, established a rate of $675. So that is what the county is paying towards pre-65 retirees coverage. Now,
You see the premium for the retiree. In 2018, the county's paying $675, the employee's paying $33.96. Then it goes to $75.57, and it stays the same for 4 years. Now, let me share with you why it stayed the same for 4 years. What happened during that time period? We were in the midst of COVID, right? What else happened during that time period? Providers, hospitals, surgical centers, you didn't get to go in and have elective procedures. There was virtually no elective procedure during that time period. Everybody during this time period that had something that was not life-threatening had to wait and have it done after COVID was over. And then you had an influx of people coming in. Now, I don't make decisions for the state of South Carolina that helps come up with these premium costs on behalf of the county. What I'd say is if I were involved, knowing that we weren't going to have claims for 2019, 20, 21, and 22, I still would have issued a rate increase. Because what happened to y'all? What happened to the pre-65 retirees? In 2023, you got a significant rate increase because the state didn't issue a rate increase. They tell us when we can issue a rate increase. And so for 4 years, there was no rate increase, and there should have been. There should have been maybe 2.5% a year for a total of 10% over 4 years. And the hit in 2023 wouldn't have been as bad. But for whatever reason, that decision was not made. So the cost for the county is stagnant at $675. Our committee met to review. There were some complaints last year. This time last year, there were complaints that when you all got this rate increase, it kind of floored you. And you didn't get it in July. You got it, I think, in November, or might even been December, when we knew for sure what the increase was. So our committee met, and we said, so here's what we're going to do. One thing we can fix. That's how we communicate. So that's why you all got the letter in July, because we agreed that we were going to send a notice out in July, September, and November to make you aware of what we thought this increase was going to be, and that's why pre-65 retirees got this notice. Okay? 65 and over, they get $350 a month. $350 for the employee, $350 for the spouse, for the life of their retirement. That helps pay for Part A, Part B, Medicare supplement, and Part D, or if you want a Medicare Advantage policy, it helps pay for that. So these are fixed costs for the county. There's been some discussion with phone calls that I've taken. I'm not speaking for anybody else on council, but the calls I've taken, there's been some discussion. Well, there's word that you're going to take this benefit away from us. I can't speak for council, but that's not what's going on with council. So there has been no discussion from this council to take away your benefit. Now, could that change in the future? Anything can change in the future, but that's not a discussion from council, at least not publicly. So I hope that's helpful for those of you that have pre-65 retiree coverage. I hope this explains a little bit of what you didn't know. And, you know, some of you have my number. If you want to call me and talk to me, that'd be fine. But this is pretty much set in stone as it is today. Thank you.
I'm kind of dead right now, so I would like copies of this printed just so that I can understand it. I think that what council wants to make sure to do is that we honor what was represented, and that's what we're trying to get to the root of. So I don't know if I think there are folks out here who wanted to see that as well. So if we can get copies and make sure that folks who at least can look at it and digest it when we have a little more time.
Hard copies or email?
Email's fine.
Email's
Okay.
fine.
And I will, just to make it clear, and I think Councilmember Watts can attest to this, York County has always done every year what they're supposed to do with this. So the what was done in 2014 has consistently been followed. And as you can read the financial statements, that's not a promise for life. That's always something that y'all could, as I think Mr. Audette spoke to in the private sector. A lot of times those benefits sort of do get rolled back, but County Council has not shown an inclination to do that, nor is management recommending that.
If you can make sure that these folks that sat here get a copy of that too. Any other council comments?
Yeah, just one here. I just want to, as everybody knows, the kids are back to school, started today in most areas. Just wish the community safety and looking for another exciting year of seeing our kids off to school and hitting the Staples button. There you go. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Love?
So I just want to say that this Saturday is going to be an exciting day in York at Summerfest, and that's just the appetizer. So come on out to Courtney's Barbecue afterwards. We've got an event out there with about 25 of the local vendors that have been at the Naked Goat Market in the past. Courtney's Barbecue will have burgers and their own brew, and J.C. Riley, who is a very popular Clover born and bred musician, will be playing, and that will be from 4 o'clock until the cows come home.
All righty. Do we have a motion for executive session?
I ain't got to say nothing yet.
Oh, go ahead.
I looked at you and you didn't give me the
Well,
nod.
Allison jumped in there. I'm
Fine.
gonna be judging the art show. Can y'all believe that?
Is that your comment?
No, I'm just upset that a lot of them are my friends and I ain't retired yet.
Yeah, I'm never going to get there.
You all set there, bro?
All right, so did you get your piece?
You get,
Was that your piece?
Was that my piece?
Yeah.
No, y'all, we better pray for this country. We sinking faster than a rock skipping
Okay.
across the water. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Do we have a motion for executive session?
yeah, we got to receipt of a legal advice litigation update and then contractual matters ambus agreement.
What?
Do what?
Oh, yeah. You were supposed to use your non-agenda comments to talk about meetings that need to change for the York County Forever, I believe.
Y'all didn't tell me that.
Okay, well,
Where's it at?
shall I make the... My understanding
Well,
is...
let me tell you, we have spent an entire week studying chemistry and it's
Okay.
pretty interesting though.
Tommy, we need you to read that.
Okay. Why's the no agenda on here? Okay, Keep York County Beautiful Board would like to modify their ordinance to allow for meeting every other month instead of monthly. I would like to refer this matter to the Justice and Public Safety Committee for further review and discussion.
Done. Thank you, sir.
That'd be very fine.
We
If we
now...
ever have a no justice and public service meeting.
Thank you. We do have a current motion pending to go into executive session, don't we? We had a motion and a second.
Yep.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we will go into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned.